Doamnelor și domnilor, o să vă rog să vă luați locurile în sală. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. O să începem în 30 de secunde.
We will be starting in about 30 seconds.
Doamnelor și domnilor, bună dimineața!
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is George Scutaru. I'm the General Manager of New Strategy Center. And we are a partner of this event. I'd like to thank Mr. Vladoiu for the partnership that we have for this part of the forum, which is dedicated to security and the defense industry, as well as the evaluation of the security issues in our area. It is my honor to moderate this panel, and we will start our guest list with the former Prime Minister of Romania, His Excellency Mr. Nicolae Ciucă. He will be opening this panel. He is the president of the Romanian Senate, and then we will have a 15-minute dialogue with him on the security issues of this region. Also to the support of Ukraine on the part of Romania. Your Excellency, Mr. President, please. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, director, distinguished guests. I'd like to begin by thanking you for the organization of this event, and for the fact that you've managed to bring together so many remarkable people and enable discussions on such an important topic in a context that is, from a security perspective, particularly difficult. I believe that this type of activities can contribute to us finding solutions and to getting government institutions to be involved, as well as the business sector, even in creating associations, enabling all of us to find the path to take in order to support all efforts that might contribute to going back to normality, to building, as we have taken upon ourselves, again, all that we would like to achieve. The forum that you've organized these days in Bucharest is quite a welcome moment for us to discuss on the imperative aspects of these moments, on the defense of Ukraine and on the post-war of Ukraine in the context of Romania's contribution to this. It's been more than 600 days since the invasion was initiated by Russia, and the order of European security was severely shattered. It required a reply, an unprecedented reply of solidarity on the part of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance and the European world. Ukraine has resisted and continues to resist against this war. So I will reaffirm my appreciation for their courage and for the total commitment of the management in Kyiv to continue to hold on and believe in a better future, in a European future that is possible for Ukraine. I would like to emphasize the fact that I have mentioned this before every time I got the chance. When I met Mr. Shmyhal in Ukraine, I said it. When I met him again in Romania, I said it. When we met President Zelensky in Ukraine and recently in Romania too, I reaffirmed all of my beliefs. These are not just political statements. They are statements according to the reality. EU and NATO have supported and will continue supporting Ukraine for as long as necessary on all needed dimensions. Ukraine has obtained and will continue to obtain support via bilateral relations, and the Bucharest-Kiev relationship is one that has grown in importance slowly but surely. A very good proof to this is yesterday's decision on Kiev's government to recognize Romanian as the official language of minorities in Ukraine. This has been an initiation on the part of President Iohannis and of his counterpart in Ukraine, and both governments have pursued this. Distinguished guests, Romania understands very well that Ukraine is not merely fighting for its freedom, but for the freedom and security of the entire Europe. Which is why I believe that investment in Ukraine's resilience is a security investment for the entire eastern region of Europe, and actually for the entire Europe itself. This is the first significant stake of Ukraine. Everyone who is reasonable enough is aware of this. There's, however, another stake, which I believe is even more important on the long run. The second stake is the transformation of Ukraine, its European transformation, that is, Ukraine's initiation of the path that takes them to joining the EU. I have no doubt that the aggression that was initiated against Ukraine had as an objective precisely preventing Ukraine to become a EU country. The real purpose of the invasion was basically to stop Ukraine's European road. In Russia's vision, Ukraine is not entitled to be part of the European family. The Euro-Atlantic reply has been a very clear one, fortunately. If Ukraine would like to become a European country, all of us will be supporting Ukraine. As a consequence, in Ukraine now, Europe is dedicated to making Ukraine more and more similar to countries such as Romania, the Czech Republic, Lithuania, to name just a few in terms of, because I'm talking about the reconstruction of the country in parallel with its transformation as a European country. It is also a strength in showing the power of a European economy. We have discussed countless times, both in official contexts and in non-official contexts, about the support that our country should provide Ukraine in the reconstruction process. Romania wants and is able to, ladies and gentlemen, play a top part in the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. The strategic partnership that was announced last week in Bucharest by Presidents Klaus Iohannis and Volodymyr Zelensky places us in a privileged position in terms of actively participating in the reconstruction efforts of Ukraine. Romanian companies, state companies, and private companies can also collaborate in order to help reconstruct Ukraine and help her pursue the European path. Ukraine must win the war, but it also must earn peace while becoming a member state of the EU and of NATO, just the way we are. So I'd like to wish the best of luck to Ukraine, to Romania, and I'd like to wish the best of luck to you when it comes to contributing to the best way possibly in this process that has been initiated but must be consolidated with respect to the preparations needed to support Ukraine in their reconstruction process. Thank you.
Mulțumesc mult, domnule.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You have been the Prime Minister of Romania, and you were the Prime Minister when the first day of Ukraine's invasion, you were there too. What was your first reaction when Ukraine was invaded by Russia? What were your first thoughts? What were your first measures as a Prime Minister at the time? Well, it's not so easy to go back in time and remember my first thoughts. What I can tell you, however, is that it was a situation that we had anticipated to a certain extent. If you remember, one of the reasons for which in 2021, even I think in October, there were discussions about a new government, a new governing coalition, and we were thinking about a stable political context given the deterioration of the security situation in Eastern Europe at that time. In Ukraine, you know very well what the messages at the time were. And what the media did in terms of preparing, let's say, news on the invasion in Ukraine. I was saying that we were somehow at least mentally prepared for this. The day before the invasion took place, we received in Bucharest the Prime Minister of Greece, his visit. And of course, before parting ways, all of these messages were coming up on the potential invasion of Ukraine. And these messages kept coming in higher numbers. One of the discussions that I remember having with Prime Minister Mitsotakis, given the proximity, what's your opinion on this? The proximity of the two countries. And I remember telling him that we have a very well-known novelist, Camil Petrescu, in Romania. And he wrote, "The last night of love, the first night of war." The discussion was taking place the evening before he took the plane to Greece. Unfortunately, this was the night when Russia invaded Ukraine.
Primele gânduri au fost legate.
The first thoughts were related to what we needed to do in order to send the message to the population, first of all, that Romania was safe, that people could go about their daily business, that our coordination with our allies via NATO and EU had to be strengthened with respect to security measures. And what happened subsequently, our consolidation of the Allied presence on the territory of Romania, basically confirmed what we had been discussing and what we managed to achieve in previous years. There have been countless discussions at that time when multinational division brigade troops started existing. All of these came in line with the vision that we had in terms of the deterioration of the security situation in the region of the Black Sea. So these were my first thoughts. And building a crisis cell within our government with all the line ministries that had responsibilities in this respect was taken, obviously, as one of the measures, especially for those that were related to public order and national security.
Then, if you remember, we had the first waves of refugees coming to Romania, all the busy, crowded border crossing points, because they didn't have the capacity to take over in an orderly manner, let's say, all this number of people coming in as you would have during peace. So this need to adapt and this need to take better measures, better procedures meant something. And let me stress the involvement of the state institutions, but the involvement of or coordinating and using this benefit coming from NGOs, the civil society, that wanted to support both refugees and the country itself, Ukraine. This was an issue that it wasn't an issue per se. It came naturally. We didn't need a lot of arguments to convince people to get this done. We just needed some sort of body to integrate and coordinate all those that wanted to get involved and to help the government as well. And we did need a lot of dialogue and empathy, Mr. Chair, because starting from the day-to-day Romanian, that is when Romanians and Ukrainians discovered one another. We saw the suffering of the waves of refugees. It was similar to what my grandparents told me of the 1940s, running or fleeing the the Soviet attacks. Well, that's why I said a bit before that I stressed this. It was empathy. It was a level of solidarity and being human that started from the level of the citizen to the organized structures in the state institutions. It was absolutely remarkable, and every time I will have the opportunity, I will thank everyone, from the day-to-day citizen to all the institutions involved, because it was very, they were a great help. Just one example, if I may provide. We got offers from all those that could help and provide food, basic food items, clothes, up to software. Because there were companies that came and provided free of charge this integration platform that could bring together all the offers. We managed to integrate them, to coordinate them in transporting goods, in availability of accommodation, availability of food. So it was really an example of being a human being and understanding the seriousness of what our neighbors were going through, the seriousness of the situation, and the fact that whether you have resources or not, the simple fact that you show that you care is maybe just as important as when you can actually give something. An example of this evolution is the grain transit from Ukraine to Romania. We started from March 2022 with 300,000, and we will be reaching this month 3 million tons of. From this perspective, how did Romania's help for Ukraine evolved on various layers? You spoke of humanitarian aid, economic support, military support, and political support. How did this multi or cross-cut type of support from Romania to Ukraine evolve in these over 600 days of war that you referred to in your speech? The most simple answer would be, or maybe the easiest answer, says the speaker, would be that it evolved from simple to complex, this type of support or help. At that time, and let me give you 2 or 3 examples, at that time, we needed to adapt. We needed to see what possibilities exist to increase the interconnection capacity, the transit capacity between Romania and Ukraine, between Romania and Moldova. Why? Because on the one hand, in this effort of somehow getting out of the conflict zone, the number of refugees was quite high. The border crossing points, as I mentioned earlier, had modest capacities. There were merely 3 border crossing points at that time, if I'm not mistaken, and some allowed for heavy traffic, others didn't. And I am saying traffic, and I'm not referring here to people. So we had to identify solutions with the Ukrainian side, with the side of the Republic of Moldova, to get a good coordination at the level of all institutions so that we increase this border crossing capacity in the points that we already had. The evolution was as obvious as possible. Alongside with the Ukrainian side, we opened new border crossing points. We reopened railway border crossing points, Câmpul Lung la Tisa, I remember, there was a track that wasn't running, or the railway crossing, border crossing point in Giurgiulești. Again, that was something that well, the tracks were not functional there, and we rebuilt that 5-kilometer segment of railway track. On the Russian-based train tracks with, and that's how trains could easily get to the river port of Galați. With the Republic of Moldova, because some of the refugees passed easier onto the Republic of Moldova, and there was quite the high number of refugees going there. So we had to open these routes, transit corridors between border crossing points from Moldova and Ukraine and Moldova and Romania. There were issues on how we could provide the large amounts of support, of aid that the international community brought to the border of Ukraine. And we undertook to open the hub in Suceava. It was a national effort, and of course, an involvement of the High Refugee Commissioner of the UN, the other structures of the European level as well. I also remember how the emergency department got involved using 2 or 3 support lines for the Ukrainian refugees, depending on their numbers. And we had the training to take over a high number of refugees, and because there were highs and lows in the numbers, and you didn't have solid information on the actual numbers of the refugees. When the grain transport issue was put into discussion, we never thought that we might need such a volume of grains to transit Romania. And we took a look at the Constanța harbor, and we understood that this part of easing or facilitating railway transport had been blocked for years on end, of hundreds of train cars, and in just very quickly we had to clear out the train switching tracks in Constanța, and to provide a clear path for the train cars with grains. And the other aspects identified with the European Commission, so that they contribute to Romania's effort to be able to shape the current infrastructure and to boost its capacity to make this transit possible. You mentioned very well those numbers, from a couple of hundreds of thousands of tons to millions of tons, and today we speak of over 27 million tons that transited Romania. It is an overwhelming amount. So these were roughly the efforts made, plus Romania was one, or maybe the only country of those that have a joint border with Ukraine, that didn't forbid unilaterally the grain transit from Ukraine through our country. And we did this because we understood which could be the consequences of such a measure, not necessarily for us, not necessarily for Europe, but for the rest of the world, and of course for Ukraine, since it might not have been or wasn't able to use its minimum of resources that it could gain from selling their agricultural products. Since this is a panel that also regards security matters and one side of the help that Romania provided at the military level, there is a policy that the Romanian state undertook, but also invoked in the public communication from President Zelensky that thanked Romania for these aspects, and it was quite the welcome support at that time, and that continues. This conference is dedicated to rebuilding Ukraine, and let me ask you of how you see our country's role in this very broad process, a long-standing process, or a long-lasting one that will mean a huge financial effort from the international community, because it's not just Ukraine's reconstruction, but modernizing it. Romania wants to be a platform for foreign companies that want to access first our country, given the proximity, and we are in the southern neighbors to Ukraine, given all the towns that were destroyed heavily. And we will also undertake probably the reconstruction of a certain city in Ukraine, as Italy said that they undertake the reconstruction of Odessa. So we can consider the reconstruction of one of the Danube ports that is currently under Russian attacks. So what would be your opinion? Well, my opinion is based on the analyses carried out at the government level. While I was a prime minister, and now through discussions that we have at the level of the Prime Minister's office on this topic, it's quite the hot, visible, debated topic itself. Ever since the end of last year, maybe a bit earlier, we discussed every time of Romania's availability to get involved in the reconstruction process. And let me refer to some potential and opportunity aspects that our country has on the rebuilding Ukraine as a whole. One, Romania has the longest land border with Ukraine. Second, geographically speaking, in the area impacted by a war, Romania has the shortest distance to the regions that you've referred to and that are actually destroyed by war in eastern Ukraine. Thirdly, Romania has the largest Black Sea port that can facilitate the cheapest transport of materials and equipment. Fourth, Romania has river ports, Danube river ports and destination ports that are also a transport facility that I am sure that all business people think of when it comes to cost efficiency. Fifth, then and now, I stand by the potential that our country has to already start to pre-position itself to start the rebuilding process. So, the vision is one that needs to integrate the effort and availability of the government, of the state institutions for such endeavors in a project or a plan that is as well aggregated together between what the government can offer, the state institutions, and what the business environment representatives can offer. Those in Romania, those from abroad, and some of them are already here, others are not yet in the Romanian business sector. However, they can seek out information. We can better make this availability visible and to make people understand of the potential and opportunities in Romania, especially on a good neighborly type of relation, given the strategic partnership that was signed at the initiative of President of Romania and with the President of Ukraine, which gives better or greater trust in bilateral relations and openness with respect to this rebuilding process in Ukraine. And one last question, Mr. Chair. You refer to the so necessary resilience of the Ukrainian society. Russia doesn't just act kinetically, it acts in a hybrid way to destabilize Western countries, Moldova, and to try to support the popular or the people's support toward Ukraine. And it's the war fatigue that can creep in and which can reduce the military, political, economic support for Ukraine. It's a complicated elections year, 2024 for Romania, for US, a lot of other countries, and Russia is trying to rely to base itself on those anti-capitalist type of parties and cities that push certain anti-Ukrainian and pro-Russian narratives. Let me ask you, how ready are we? Because we have quite the complicated elections here with 4 type of elections, and we also have in the political arena these parties that have this anti-Western, Eurosceptical type of attitude. How ready are we to really cope with this hybrid side of the war, disinformation campaigns, which can really make fragile the state institutions, the trust of citizens in the state, and in the end, the so needed support for Ukraine? Well, it's a topic that is not as easy to discuss and to commit to. Well, it's easy to discuss. We can all voice opinions, but when it comes down to solutions, it really narrows out on the type of measures and decisions that can be taken. Speaking of war in general, it's one thing. When it's down to the hybrid war, it's just like we're ending up in a funnel and like when we have to speak of what needs to be done now, we don't find the exit. It's great that we raise this issue and we see what is going on, how easily people's perception can be manipulated through these hybrid measures. It's very, very difficult to fight fake news. Very difficult indeed.
Mi-aduc aminte.
We were discussing these issues on several occasions when we were performing the analysis of all of these aspects from a professional perspective and even a military one. Every time we reached the conclusion that discussions remain discussions, But when you get to the point where action is needed, everyone seems to be regretting that no measures were taken. This is something that also happened with the security around the Black Sea, when everyone, regardless of the format of the activities we would take part in, specifically after 2008 and 2014, we kept saying, please, mind the Black Sea. Please pay attention to the security in the area. Please, mind the frozen conflicts in the area. Please pay attention to the new doctrine, the new military doctrine of Russia. Well, now it's no longer old. They're applying it already. Either we were not able to be believable enough, or we did not manage to focalize all that energy on and the attention on the Black Sea region. And there you have it. This is the reason and the result. Please don't let this area become the soft spot of the entire European region. So today, we're at the point in time where we need to find solutions to diminish the effects of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And I've said this because this is something similar to the measures that need to be taken in order to fight hybrid war. It has a very strict component which presupposes manipulation and disinformation. Honestly, I don't think there are any solutions there, not for now, not formal solutions, not only for us. I'm talking about everyone. I think it is important for civil society and government institutions to sit around the same table and discuss and find a formula to explain to everyone what security culture presupposes. Not everyone knows what information analysis presupposes and whether it can easily be tagged as a vector for change or an element of propaganda. So therefore, communication with the citizens and with civil society in general, interinstitutional communication, the academia, they all must have discussions together and find solutions in order for all of us to fight hybrid war. From my point of view, it is important now to ensure as honest and as real a communication as possible with the citizens so that they can regain their trust in state institutions. Because one of the effects of this type of war has been precisely the weakening of the trust in state institutions, the polarization of society. When you have low confidence in state institutions, when the society is so polarized, this is a perfect environment to act in order to destabilize and to diminish all efforts that are headed towards helping anyone, in our case, Ukraine. Therefore, just like you were saying earlier, this grinding path the war has taken is quite difficult to control. People are getting tired. I have called upon this before, and I will still do it. I call upon simple citizens to understand this need for solidarity around those values for which we've worked so hard, for which our ancestors have died, and of which we are benefiting now, the values of the free world. Unless we do this, those who have other intentions, and there already is this division between the autocrat world and the free world, will be able to much easily intervene on such a polarized and fragmented environment that lacks solidarity. I think that solidarity needs to go from family level to regional level to country level, and in our case, to European region level and even transnational. Thank you very much for your answer. If we talk about this war, it's not just about a war between Ukraine and Russia. It's a moral option that each and every one of us needs to make, because it's about democracy, and this is our job to think about it, and I think we should definitely continue supporting Ukraine. Thank you very much for your kind thoughts and for your honest reflections on our topic. You're welcome to join us to our next event, and thank you for having been a supporter of Ukraine and the reconstruction of Ukraine from the very first day. I appreciate a lot your determination. Since you have a military background, you've always had a great respect for observing and complying with what one says. I said that in the Second World War, in the Pacific operation, we said we never retreat. We regroup and will attack from a different direction. This is a militarist thinking. But it's very important to see that, well, I've seen here companies that present their products. And I was talking to one of my old friends before we initiated this activity. Perhaps it is time for both the government and the private sector in Romania and the defense industry in Romania to sit around the same table and discuss. But perhaps now, we've done this before, but perhaps now this is an even better moment for us to align our capacities and for Romania to make the best of its innovation and production capacity, because the world is changing. The war is changing. Even though it is clearly stated that the laws and the principle of armed fights are still the same, there is, however, a law on the correlations of technological evolutions and the procedures to lead the fight. This law, natural law, is being profoundly changed right now. And at the level of the National Defense Ministry and for all our partners, we need to produce better and more. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Within 10 minutes, we will resume for the next panel.
Înmânez și meritul award for sustainable development diplomacy partea noastră organizator și pentru toate eforturile pe care.
Thank you very much for all of your efforts to join us today.
Felicitări, George, pentru
Doamnelor și domnilor, o să vă rog să vă...
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats so we can begin our session.
Bună ziua, o să începem următorul panel.
Hello, we will now begin our following session.
Photo session, please. Sir. Thank you very much. Let's try to start this next session, please. Take your seats. Și invit pe scenă pe următorii...
I hereby invite on the stage our following speakers for the second part of our panel. Senator Nicoleta Pauluc, Mrs. Pauluc. Also, I'd like to invite former Minister of Defense and President for European Integration in the Senate, Mr. Nasti Vlădoiu, the chairman of the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, Ukraine, Romania. We will also be discussing on security issues and lessons learned.
A very good expert in security and defense, Mihailo, please join us. O să încep cu domnul
I'll begin with the senator, Mr. Dâncu. Given that within the Romanian parliament, in the Senate, he manages this EU-dedicated aspects, and he's also the head of the Romanian delegation for NATO. He's also a former Minister of Defense. So, if you could please speak to us about what Romania has brought or can bring to Ukraine's path to the EU and to NATO, the way in which we support this effort that Ukraine is making so that they can be as soon as possible part of the Euro-Atlantic family, so that they can enjoy the security guarantees that we do. I don't know if you can hear me. I will use only one hat, namely the president of or the chair actually, of the Committee on European Affairs within the Senate. And I'm using this hat to say that from my perspective, the best strategy for defense is European integration. It is one of the military strategies, if you wish, even if at first sight they don't seem to be related. Why am I saying this? I'll try to give you 3 points that are basically the X-ray of today's process. To what extent Romania and Ukraine can together participate in this dream that Ukrainians and Romanians have to be fully integrated in Europe. I think the best integration, after all, the first, actually, is the geographical one. And the best and quickest that Ukraine can have right now is integration with the neighbors, Romania, Poland, who are also countries that have the goodwill to help them in this respect. I want to say, like I was saying, 3 things that stage this process. What I wanted to mention from the very beginning, not just merely as a captatio benevolenzae, is the good news. We've been discussing these days at COSA, because next month we'll be discussing in Madrid, the 50 billion Ukraine NRRP project. Now, this is very good news. I was saying yesterday, Ukraine can learn a lot from our difficult and complicated experience with respect to European integration. And I will invite everyone to be realistic on this matter. Obviously, this 50 billion fund, which has been prepared for the resilience and recovery of Ukraine, has both a grant and a loan component. Both components have all sorts of conditionalities. As a lawyer in favor of Ukraine, if I may say so, I will try, as I did in COSA in Madrid too, to eliminate as much as possible conditions that are not necessarily quantifiable. There are some European stereotypes I should mention. In the approval that Tuesday the European Parliament gave for this project, they asked for several things. The participation of the Ukrainian Parliament. And yes, of course, it is natural for the Ukrainian Parliament to decide on certain things related to aspects related to transparency, to recovery of anti-corruption institutions within Ukraine, and so on and so forth. However, what I'd like to say is that we need here not only collaboration, much more, actually. We have a lot of gains from the fact that we are on the path to this integration process. I compared some data. 1990, where Romania was and where Ukraine was, we were actually at the same start point in 1990. Since then, the distance regarding many indicators has increased between Ukraine and Romania, to the benefit of Romania, if I may say so, in terms of export, types of export, GDP per capita, and so on and so forth. This means that the European path, and most definitely there will be a debate in Ukraine post-war, let's hope that the end of the war will be quite soon, there will definitely be a post-war debate. The European path of Ukraine is a path to success, but I would like to say certain things that should make us be realistic. I was right in the speeches that I gave on all our meetings on Ukraine's integration within the EU, including Olaf Scholz and President Macron have stated all sorts of things. The path that Ukraine needs to take in order to join the EU will be long. Macron actually stated something like 10 years. Others said it will take decades for them to join the EU. The civil society will definitely, psychologically at least, not be able to put up with such a long deadline.
I wrote down here some things. Hungary and Poland put their accession in 1994, and they were integrated in 2004. Romania and Bulgaria submitted in 1995, and we accessed in 2007. Croatia in 2003, and it became a member in 2013. So on average, it was 10 years. The stability criteria, the Copenhagen criteria, the acquis. What we can do and what Romania and Ukraine can do together is this, and there's something else that we shouldn't forget. When you come close to the EU, there are competition elements. If now the world shows solidarity with Ukraine, when it's up to integration and economy, it won't be simple. You have the competition effects, other things. I just jotted down some. A population of 40 billion, which means that to a certain extent the weight shifts to the east. The axis Warsaw, Kiev, Bucharest would shift a lot the strategic weight elements in the EU. Then agriculture from Ukraine. Ukraine is an agricultural giant. Of course, if we were to refer to European criteria and number of population and area, Ukraine should take one of the largest amounts from the EU for the development and modernization of agriculture. So the French farmers that are the most active in this area that block Paris with their tractors would have a problem with this. It's another 55, so almost 60 MPs, European MPs. And there's the fragile political balance in Europe as well that is impacting Ukraine as well. So we will have to think of this first integration. The first integration, and this is where we need some important things. We first need a very clear analysis, and I took a look at some economic data and the advantages that Ukraine and Romania have. And we are here with Mr. Scutaro, with Madam Pauliuk. We are in the defense field because we deal with this. Romania could rebuild its defense industry, but our large issue with the defense industry is that we depend on raw materials on others. Ukraine has all these raw materials that we would need. Some of our defense industry developed and could use it. It would be the first integration with respect to combustion engines. Ukraine was the best in the Soviet Union and is still strong. We have an industry that can use this, not to mention that with our geographical position and investing together, all our harbors require strong investment. Romania doesn't have money for this, and together we could do this, and we could become the greatest logistic hub in the area. Of course, this would put us in competition with the West and refer to the Schengen area here. But anyway, this competition would be good for the market, the prices would lower, and we would have a good for everyone. So our Ukrainian friends and us because we have experience in this, we should work on this integration, not to have too great expectation on quick integration, because this is what I'm referring to. And the first thing that needs to be done is that we should work together on the neighborhood programs. There aren't large amounts, and the level of 2 programs, 50 million is one. So there are some issues on structure and neighborhood that can support us along these lines, because the road to integration in the EU is rather complicated. And here we also include competition and other things. What we did during this time of war in Ukraine, with the discretion that our diplomacy considered necessary, and maybe this was a good thing, is a collaboration that is not visible now. But although it is not visible, it is quite deep. There already are relations. We don't even understand the relations we have with Ukraine, more than we had over 30 years. Everything that was destroyed in 20 years or so of a lack of mutual diplomacy was rebuilt now. And we have this as a great plus. You have experience from Romania as far as accession goes. I thought of Vasile Pushkash, the professor in Cluj, my professor. He was our chief negotiator, and he is currently assisting Republic of Moldova in this difficult process of negotiations. Our experience can help a lot along these lines, and it's the best way to tackle this. And the best defense strategy might be this one of defense from the economic perspective and the EU accession perspective. Professor, Minister, thank you. Indeed, you are right. And the stake of integrating Ukraine as far as Romania is concerned, because you spoke of geography and the integration of the Republic of Moldova, because we can't outside the integration of Ukraine to have an island, that is the Republic of Moldova. And there's another aspect in the interest of Romania to have an independent, free, prosperous Ukraine that is part of the EU. One more thing, if I may add. I forgot to mention this, but you just triggered this. That's why the moderator is good, because he knows what you should say. The most important thing that Putin did, and Russia did, if we can say this, it's quite the paradox, but they redefined the map of Europe. It redefined the borders. They were blurry. Russia was considered either European or very important for Europe since the Congress in Vienna onward. But now, the European border stops at the east beyond Ukraine. So EU's accession would make this clear. And in the accession process, Turkey was considered. Turkey, however, had an ambiguous game, and one way or the other, Europe defined itself through this as well. So this, the wars changed things a lot. And this was an important moment to define Europe as well. And the geographic accession, culture is already here for Ukraine. Thank you, Professor. We spoke of the role of the defense industry. You mentioned it as well. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Nasti Vladoiu to tell us how he sees the link between rebuilding Ukraine and the defense industry. There are very many companies, if we take a look at these roll-ups on the one end side and the other of the room, that represent the defense industry. And the professor referred to intense cooperation between Ukraine and Romania in this field. Yes. A very good question. And the idea is that last night I got a great news. In Kiev, after the joint meeting, a memorandum of understanding was signed between our Ministry of Economy and the Ministry for the Strategies of Defense Industries in Ukraine. This memorandum, I believe, will set the foundation of a possible collaboration. Ukraine is undoubtedly ranking fifth in the world, and it can grow with respect to the defense industry. It's a strong country, and I think that one component of the Ukrainian economy will rely on the defense industry. On the 29th last month, a great forum for the defense industry took place in Kiev. We had the representatives, and let me thank Mr. Lupu, the chair of UAVs and UASs Association, the people from Autonomous that were present, and they really represented us with great honors at this forum in Ukraine. Speaking of specific, real possibilities that Romania has now to start a collaboration with the companies in the defense industry in Ukraine. As chair of the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, Romania-Ukraine can bring in a vector here, the vector of trade. Foreign trade is a part and should be very important, because without foreign trade, the defense industry will suffer, as Professor Dâncu said. Of course, we have quite the issue, the fact that we don't have raw materials for the defense industry. However, it's a good thing that the private business environment in the defense industry is far more flexible than the business environment in the defense industry under Romarm and the Romanian state. Minister Oprea of Economy said that he has 2 children that he would like to raise up the same and with the same care. One child will be the private sector, the other child would be the state or the public sector in the defense industry. I think it's an issue of competition here that should be beneficial up until the end. The private business environment is clearly more flexible and more efficient and highly performing compared to the sector, the state sector side of things. But take ammunition. Ammunition is an issue that impacts all countries. The fact that we don't have a powder plant in Romania. It was shut down. We had it in Făgăraș, where it was part of the compound. Few know that in order to have a powder plant, you first have to have a nitrocellulose plant. We don't have a cellulose plant. So, on this side of the country and on this side of Europe, in Southeast, imagine what this type of investment in Romania would be for a powder plant, ammunition powder plant, okay? So this is very important because we depend on ammunition and powder imported from Serbia. Serbia is not a large producer itself. So this vicious circle that impacts all of us would have to be shut down. You can shut it down with the help of Ukraine, with these joint ventures that I believe to be beneficial. And I truly hope that they can and feel that they can work. I spoke of pragmatism yesterday, and let me repeat it today. This is what the defense industry should guide itself by. I spoke with Viorel Manole, the head of Patromil. We realized that an alliance should be performed in Romania to have banks, the business environment, the foreign trade side of things, because people misunderstand the recommendation of the World Bank even. The World Bank doesn't want to stop this industry, this defense industry. The World Bank recommendations aim not to give the opportunity for weapons traffic due to certain possibilities, so illegal traffic. But the banks here understood this issue so poorly that it's difficult for a company in the defense industry to open up a bank account. So we want investors, we want to draw in foreign investments in the defense industry, but our bank system doesn't even allow for a bank account to be opened. It's very difficult to be a company in the defense industry and open up a bank account. So these are just some variables that are very important. And if you don't use these leverages, if you don't pull the proper strings, you won't have a true defense industry, and you can't have a connection with open countries that have leverage, as is Ukraine in this respect. We want that the American investor, a new procurement is now taken place through with the Dragashan plant. For 2 months, this contract is examined by the Competition Council to be okayed. The money is paid. The American investor is waiting to get that company on track, which is a very good company with great special infrastructure. So this lack of acting swiftly, this lack of coherence in the defense industry is not doing good by its country and our country and the entire economy. With this alliance for the defense industry, I want it to be a means that gives us the possibility to right all these wrongs that I've just mentioned, and it's not just these. Professor Dâncu spoke of this, and you raised a very good question to him. Those borders that that were defined after Russia's aggression. It's a matter of legislation. Very few know that Ukraine is struggling for 5 years to sign an agreement, a treaty, all in all, for a sea search and rescue, where Russia has a border with us, and we are, in our backyard, in their backyard, for sea search and rescue. That agreement that Ukraine is asking for 5 years is sitting with the Ministry of Transport, blaming Ministry of Transport or Ministry of Foreign Affairs and vice versa. So we just look and wait, because Romania has actually a search and rescue border with Russia. Well, Professor, it's a de facto border. This appeared as a result of attaching Crimea. We will never have an agreement with Russia for sea search and rescue, because de jure we do not neighbor Russia. Crimea is belonging to Ukraine. It's just temporarily taken by Russia. And because Romania is de facto, not de jure, neighboring the exclusive economic area of Russia, this is a consequence of the fact that in 2014, the Russian Federation attached Crimea illegally. What we want is that all territories occupied by the Russian aggressor to be freed. And this is also to the benefit of Romania, because if Ukraine has Crimea back, then our neighbor in the economic exclusive area will be only Ukraine. We will not be neighboring, as it happens now, with the Russian Federation, so that the use or exploiting the gas resources in the exclusive economic area of Russia not be blocked by Russia, as it happens in Bulgaria, where Russia blocked a vast perimeter in Bulgaria's exclusive economic area exactly to harass maritime traffic in Odessa. Indeed, and you have to pay attention when we have such opinions, so that let us not induce the idea that we acknowledge a state of fact, of de facto, right? Because it doesn't have a de jure basis. I agree with what you say, a very good comment. But the issue is that nothing stops us from concluding that agreement now and that treaty with Ukraine on the actual borders, given that the de facto and the de jure situations are not converging at this point. But this agreement can be signed for sea search and rescue so as to remove this issue all in all. Coming back to the defense industry, I believe that under the auspice of the Alliance for the Defense Industry in Romania, we can have a bilateral military presentation of facts, Romania and Ukraine. We have several projects. I hope everything will be all right, and in the shortest time possible, to be able to reach the partnership that last night I was so happy the foundations were set for in Kiev. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Congratulations for your determination to obviously, in order to be successful in such an endeavor, legal framework modifications are needed. So I'm very happy that Mrs. Pauliuk is here. She's the chair of the Senate in Romania. We have a two-chamber parliament, for those of you who do not know. Mrs. Pauliuk, can you please also speak on the resilience topic, given what Mr. Ciucu has just mentioned? I think it's outstanding resilience from my point of view when we speak of Ukraine, both from a society point of view and from a government point of view. Yes, please, go ahead. Well, I have to stand for this. Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity you've given me from the position of the chair of the Committee on Public Order and National Defense within the Parliament to speak to you. This is an event that I believe lays one important foundation for this world we're now living in. It is for a good reason that this conference reunites institutions and important companies in the Romanian society and from Ukrainian society. And it's received all the approval of both governments from Ukraine and from Romania. This is an excellent opportunity to talk about the future in optimistic terms. I'd like to send all congratulations to our friends from New Strategy Center for assuming this with such courage. You've just become the cradle for the discussions towards success. With your permission, I would subsume this moment to a recent decision on the 10th of October 2023 of Presidents Iohannis and Zelensky. The latter came to Bucharest in order to consolidate the relationship between our countries and transform it into a strategic partnership. This is an important step from the point of view of deepening our economic and security collaboration. This paradigm change is very important for us because we, the decision makers in Bucharest, believe that it will not be long before Romania and Ukraine have common responsibility in defending the eastern borders of NATO. And alongside the Republic of Moldova, we will be the eastern frontier of the EU. For sure, once the war has been finished, the adhesion process to both EU and NATO will be accelerated. It is by this means that I would like to congratulate the decision makers in Kiev for having understood that the Republic of Moldova is a key piece in this geostrategical puzzle. Consequently, the effort to join the EU must be seen as a synchronous process. All throughout the discussions we've had this year and last year in Chișinău, it became quite clear that the fundamental objective is to connect the Republic of Moldova to Ukraine in terms of principles and values regarding the EU adhesion. Bucharest has been a stability pillar in this eastern area. We've been solidar. We've been taking care of all of our tasks in terms of making this Euro-Atlantic area more secure, and we've made efforts, including economic efforts, to support this obviously correct cause of Ukraine. We did it while we were thinking of the common good and also considering that at some point our speech can be unitary. From a military and security perspective, we should say that this year, Romania has increased the GDP contribution from 2% to 2.5%. We're talking about 60 billion euros until 2030. This is a lot of money. However, it will go towards procuring cutting-edge military techniques used to protect both the airspace of Romania, where we should probably start discussing the purchase of F-35 airplanes, but also for the security around the region of the Black Sea. Mr. Vlădoiu has also mentioned the importance of the defense industry, and in the Romanian parliament, we have just introduced a bill on offset and industrial collaboration. This is a bill that the defense industry in Romania has been waiting for. It speaks about that quota that comes back to our defense industry when we speak of purchases or procurements in the field of security. Obviously, I should not forget the fact that via Patromil, the defense industry in Romania signed an agreement to collaborate with the Association for Industrial Defense in Ukraine. I know this has been a possibility expressed by Mr. Manole too, of certain relocations based on the partnership concluded in 2019. And given that we're talking a lot about the idea of having a powder factory in Romania, I should say that the first steps should already be taken. This process should already be initiated when Romania has approved the offset project. I do, however, believe that we should have a bigger picture on the situation. We need to think about participating in the reconstruction of Ukraine on other economic branches too, because time has come, I should say, to spread our wings and show to Europe that we can do many things because we are prepared to do it. This is an acknowledged preparation, worldwide acknowledged. I should remind here a few fields where we may say we're expert in, whether we talk about projects in the field of nuclear energy. We all know the international acknowledgement on this topic, whether we talk about the reconstruction or the construction of nuclear reactors, small-sized nuclear reactors in Dâmbovița, or about wind energy, or about
Bulgaria.
Iron Gates projects that can be concluded alongside Bulgaria. What I'm saying is that Romania can become, and I think it will become, a regional energy hub, which will be very important. Starting from these recognized capabilities, internationally recognized abilities, alongside Ukraine, I think we can have many projects in the field of wind energy, offshore energy, on both sides of the sea. We can have common exploitation projects in the Black Sea, and we can speak of nuclear energy. The world of the future is a digitalized world. Romania has already, within NATO and particularly with the support, while providing support for Ukraine, has become a supplier of information and security. We have very good IT companies, and you all know that. Given my role here, I should mention STS and very good defense institutions within the government, so we can be exporters of cybersecurity. That is no little thing in the context of the hybrid war that is currently taking place. Last but not least, Romania has started getting know-how on the technical, bureaucratic aspects in our relationship with the EU. Romanian institutions have become good practice models that have been copied, for instance, say, by Republic of Moldova. This means that, in perspective, Romania can help Ukraine speak the Brussels language. This is quite an important step, and it has taken us about 15 years to acquire this skill. Without even imagining that I've exhausted any type of areas that can be discussed for our collaboration, I'd say in short that the future sounds great. I think Ukraine can be the phoenix bird that in the future will be helped by everyone in the world. Romania will play alongside you throughout the war. We are serious people. We have a plan for the future of this area of the world, and I think we can accomplish great things together. We're not competitors, as many people have thought after the USSR no longer existed. We are team players, and we can play a great match because we complete each other. I also want to congratulate Ukraine because today, I wasn't aware on this, but today they are one of the 5 top countries in terms of defense industry. Romania used to be, before 1990, one of the top 10 countries. So this is something we're aiming at fixing too. Yes, there are legal deficiencies, there are legal gaps, but I think the partnership can help us overcome this. Before I answer Mr. Scutaru's question, I believe it is very important under the current security context to speak about the horridness of the things that are going on in Ukraine. We should never normalize evil. And if I try to answer Mr. Scutaru's question about society's resilience in Ukraine, well, a resilient society means a society that has not exhausted its solutions. It's neither a society that has found solutions for all of its problems. It's a society that keeps on trying to find the solutions and maintain its capacity to manage issues. We cannot talk about society resilience unless we have a look at the history of events in Ukraine. And I would remind at this point everyone about the civic mobilization when people went to the streets and tried to change the government. Since they were not satisfied with the legal solutions adopted by Ukraine at that point in time. You have begun structural changes in Ukraine because you would like to join the European family. And we talk about reforms in the domain of energy and economy and so on. The media is also very important. They have provided us with transparency for all the events that are taking place in Ukraine. They've talked to us about national identity. And I think this is a very important thing. I mean, these confrontations that are nowadays taking place have basically managed to keep the entire society united. You've benefited from a lot of support internationally. I would say you've received a diplomatic, economic support. This is a great deal of support in order to reach your stability and to do your reforms. I think the society, the civil society in Ukraine is playing their most beautiful and most important part in the history of the country. They are going to be a part of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance and of the European family. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Woman, for your analysis. Because
pentru viitoarea cooperare cu Ucraina.
Given the future cooperation of Romania with Ukraine, well, basically the reconstruction of Ukraine is starting now. We're not talking about an ideal that is going to be implemented after a long period of time. This is happening already. Challenges, however, are multiple, and they're not only financial. The most optimistic evaluation, by the way, is the 400 billion evaluation. The $400 billion, this figure keeps on changing on a daily basis because we have new destructions in Ukraine on a daily basis. More pessimistic assessments of the situation actually are mentioning figures such as $1 trillion. The Marshall Plan, supported by the U.S., redefined back then the entire Western Europe, not just one country, all those countries. This will be a financial and a logistical effort that will exceed the Marshall Plan. So what are the financing sources? The frozen 320 billion assets that Russia has? I mean, what do the guarantees that the states provide look like? Because we're talking about a country where war is happening. So what is the involvement of each state? We know that there are punctual approaches for each state. Italy, for instance, said that they'll have the patronage of Odessa. Denmark says that they'll significantly support Balayev. Other countries are talking about approaching a whole domain. This is a very difficult process. First of all, it is difficult to understand, both for Ukraine and for us, each of you present here today. And we're talking about security guarantees. Let's be realistic. Joining the Euro-Atlantic Alliance will not happen tomorrow. There's a process, and there's an ongoing war. Mr. Dâncu mentioned the necessity for Ukraine to have a different path to join NATO and the EU and avoid waiting for 10 years. To a good extent, all the sacrifices that Ukrainians are making on a daily basis would require a fast-paced adhesion. But we will see to what extent all European member states will reach consensus in this sense. However, the reconstruction of Ukraine, and I'm very happy, Mr. Vladoiu, that we're having this panel, needs security. I happen to notice how many people are very much interested in the topic, especially from the U.S. The investor needs guarantees that their investment is safe. And we can speak here about lessons learned. I see here the representative of Patromil. That's a very strong organization in Romania, and I'm very happy that in the next panel we have their representative. We need to see what the lessons learned from the Ukrainian war are for the defense industry. And I'm also very happy to have here a top expert in the field of security. That's Mihail Osamos. He's my friend, and he very well knows Romania. He's the director of He's the director of New Geopolitics Research Network, Ukraine. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss with him, too, on the lessons learned from Russia's aggression against Ukraine regarding the defense industry and the technological development.
About the lesson learned coming from the war in Ukraine up to now, and how this war will influence the industry, the defense industry of NATO and the defense industry of Ukraine. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Georgia. Thank you very much for having me here. It's great to participate in such an event with a topic for the future, reconstruction of Ukraine, but of course, we need to look on the today. And unfortunately, I have bad news, because unfortunately, if we're talking about the classical approach on the analyzing the situation, the threat assessment and threat perception, unfortunately, we cannot say that we have a proper perception, because we still live in peacetime. In Ukraine, okay, yeah, we have a war in Ukraine, we live in different reality, but if we're talking about the NATO, European Union, still, I think majority of politicians, even in defense industry, they think that we are living in the peacetime. It's possible to define a different way if we have a world war again, or maybe it's a series of different regional conflicts. If we're talking about Ukraine, Israel, maybe Taiwan, maybe Latin America, it's Venezuela, Colombia, whatever, because Russians, they have a strategy to multiply conflicts. And if these conflicts, it's only this area of conflicts and we should react separately on it, or maybe we should have a perception of the global changes of the situation. And okay, let's talk about a group of countries which could have the same interests, like Russia, Iran, North Korea, okay, and maybe China, because Putin now is participating in the One Way, One Belt events forum in Beijing, and telling to all of the community participating there, it's 130 countries, his narratives about the situation, about the understanding of the all of war against Ukraine, war against Western countries. And this perception, I think it's a key element of our next steps, because I could give you some numbers on the Ukrainian consumption of ammunition. We need 2.5 millions of rounds per year for artillery. I'm not talking about the missiles, I'm not talking about the air defense missiles, I'm not talking about the all of materials, what we need, but only artillery shells, we need 2.5. And of course, United States industry, European industry are not ready for such a numbers and volume of production. And this is a war, it's real wartime production, it's not peacetime production. They mentioned in the Defense Industry Forum in Kiev, I participated in this person, I moderated the ammunition panel, and I had in my panel MBDA and chief and another great companies from Europe and United States. Actually, it was 250 companies from around the world participated in this event. It was very optimistic, but a lot of problems, raw materials, components. It's not so easy to start to produce 2.5 million of rounds. It's not something like, okay, let's do it. No, we should find engineers, we should find the spaces, we should find the raw materials, which is not so simple. And what I like to say that, yeah, of course, the trying to find lessons from Ukrainian war and trying to find the lessons for defense industry and talking about the common projects, I think that the main task now to understand the reality properly, to have a proper perception that this war, it's a long time war. Even if we're talking now on the reconstruction of Ukraine, in the same time we need to be prepared that this 2.5 million, it's not let's say the level of our dream. It's a normal level only for Ukraine, but we have a lot of countries which could have another problems with Russia or different countries which trying to destroy our system, our Western system of values. And they very strong, let's say, very strong plans and intentions to change it. So I have, talking about the lessons, I'd like to say the accept of perception of the threats. Of course, I'd like to give you some my points on the lessons on the doctrinal level and some conclusions on the reality on the battlefield. So first of all, I have again two main paradoxical lessons. First of all, of course, we need to have asymmetric approach with very high technology superiority on the enemy. But in the same time, we need to have a scaling of the process in defense industries. We need to have an economy of wartime, generally, not only in Ukraine. If we're trying to stop Russian intentions, Iran, China intentions, we need to live in wartime, especially in defense industry. And of course, if we're talking about the ammunition, artillery, air defense system, missiles, even tanks and armored vehicles, it's absolutely different what we had last 30 years. When if we produce a couple of dozens of tanks for 1 year, it's okay. One ship for 5 years, it's normal because we will sell somewhere. Now we have absolutely different approach. We need to build hundreds of tanks, and we need to build a new doctrine for Navy because it's absolutely different situation with high technology which is used by our enemy. They use a lot of old equipment, but adopted with high technology and with copies of sophisticated Western systems, like Shahed kamikaze drone is the best example. It's an absolutely crazy chip, like $50,000, but it could create huge problems for air defense, exhausting very sophisticated air defense system, and make a huge problem, especially for Ukraine as a huge country, and NATO countries with a huge territory. But having even hundreds of Shahed drones, you could have some problems for even very, very sophisticated system. Talking about the doctrinal lessons, of course we should continue with multi-domain concept, air, land, sea, space, cyber information. It's not new, but you know, since 1970s we're trying to build the real joint force commanding and intelligence and of course the weapon joining one system. The idea is not new, to have a very high quality intelligence with target acquisition, the real-time data sharing for commanders, and of course real-time data sharing with weapons. It looks like and sounds like very easy, but in reality, especially on the tactical level, on the, let's say, company commander, platoon commander, it's a problems. And I'm very happy that in Ukraine we had such a system like Delta system, which was created in Ukraine, it's normally by volunteer forces, not the state, but volunteers created this system. It's a networking system which has a tactical awareness for even platoon level, and after this we scale the system to the general staff, and it works. It works with drone centrality, because a drone now it's an essential instrument for target acquisition, intelligence, reconnaissance, and of course sometimes with strikes. You know, the FPV drones now, it's a new, let's say, instruments which has changed the battlefield. So talking about the centrality of drones warfare, just some numbers. Ukraine already has created a special UAV assault companies. It's an organic part of every brigade. It's very important to have the assault UAV companies in every brigade with different types of drones, but now it's FPV drones, which is very cheap, like $500 for unit. And this FPV drone could create a huge problem even for tanks, for armored vehicles, of course, for personnel, for all of defense lines. And just give you example of the like only one project, Army of Drones. It's a crowdfunding campaign created by Ministry of Digital Transformation, not Ministry of Defense. Only this initiative, they already bought 10,000 drones for 1 year. Our next goal for 2024, 100,000 drones. It's 100,000 drones for 1 year, of course with state budgeting. But can you imagine, like 3 years ago, talking about 100,000 drones using on the battlefield? It's something crazy, but it works. It's better to have 100,000 FPV drones than mobilize 100,000 new soldiers, because it's absolutely asymmetric approach when you could destroy with 100,000 drones, even 50,000 soldiers of enemy. It's a huge impact. It's absolutely different approach for society, for morale, and of course for your superiority on the battlefield. If the enemy have this absolutely scary atmosphere that every second you could get the FPV drones on your head. So this is a different approach. For next year, for example, Ukrainian budget will invest $1.5 billion only for UAVs. So it's, of course, including sea drones, famous Ukrainian instruments to change the situation step by step in the Black Sea, and even a grain corridor created by Ukraine through Romanian and Bulgarian water, actually secured by these sea drones, because now sea drones, they change the situation for Black Sea fleet, and they mostly staying on Novorossiysk, but not on the eastern part of the Black Sea. And this is a good news because, again, sea drones very cheap compared to traditional vessels, like 300 million for one corvette or 500 million for one frigate compared to 1 million for one drone. It's absolutely different situation. In my conclusions, I could say, of course, about again, for network-centric warfare for land forces, with massive using of drones and situational awareness and battlefield management systems. It's a changing of the understanding of the battlefield, where even the squad commander always has a drone to see what is going on the 500 meter ahead. It's better than send soldiers to see it, and it's absolutely different situation for offensive operations. Of course, you know, the Ukrainian offensive operations got a lot of problems because Russians built like a huge defensive lines, and it's very difficult to use the armored vehicles in this situation. We need to have, again, finally ATACMS, to have a long-range strikes on the Russian order, and of course F-16. We are waiting for F-16 to change the situation with air superiority, even on some narrow areas. So main conclusion from these my points: superiority in the technology and asymmetric approach. Of course, it should be like the hardcore of network-centric model of the armed forces, but in the same time, defense industries needs to have capabilities to provide massive production of equipment. So it's remember the last 30 years we thought that the technology could solve every problems and we don't need a massive production of ammunition or tanks, of armored vehicles. Now we have both. High technology, asymmetric approach, but unfortunately a massive production of traditional weapon. Of course, the artillery should be high precision artillery with long range, and all of possible the target acquisition system to do not use 10,000 ammunition shells to complete the mission, but maybe 10 of shells. Of course, we need to have a strong national defense industry, it's obvious, but in the same time, Ukraine understood that we need deep coordination on international level, especially in NATO, in the European Union. It's impossible to have only national defense. If you have an aggression of enemy so huge like Russia, for example, you should be ready to move your defense industry to the partner territory. Because, for example, for Ukrainian defense industry now, it's a huge challenge to have a production of any weapon. Maybe underground facilities, but again, it's absolutely different level of investments, absolutely different of security, and of course, it's better to have partners, allies, who could support you with facilities to continue production, of course, joint production, but it should be, I think we should have a plan in the peacetime, I mean, relatively peacetime, for every country of NATO, when you will be move your facility if you have some problems. And by the way, the same with cyber infrastructure. Ukraine on 23rd and 24th of February got a huge cyber attacks, and Ukrainian government moved some cyber infrastructure to another countries because it's impossible to have a normal peacetime cyber facilities, cyber infrastructure on the missile attacks and keep working all of state, not only security, but normal state activities now. Bank system, the government system, not only communication, but all of possible services. If you don't have the double, triple security guarantee from partners, and partners actually, we thank to our partners that they received our facilities. And of course, I have a proposition, that's like idea, that it's useful to have a joint contingency plan, or maybe concept or doctrine, for military equipment and materials production for different scenarios. I mean on the level of NATO or European Union. So we should understand, like integrally how we will react on different scenarios for different threat and different attacks. Because I'm sure that Russia will continue, Iran will continue. For example, if Iran will provide Russia ballistic missiles, hundreds of them, it will be a new challenge, not only for Ukraine, but 700 kilometers range of this ballistic missile will be enough to threaten NATO countries. So I think the NATO countries should have contingency plan, together with Ukraine, of course, I hope, for defense industry, development, defense industry, like, let's say, secondary plan for recovery, for development in different scenarios and different situations. Because I think that we don't have such plans. We still live in peacetime, but I think we should at least have a new plans for wartime, and very fast plans. Okay, thank you. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mikhailo. Indeed, because Putin considered this. Putin considered that he is in war with the West, and it's necessary to change this approach, because you lost a lot of time with some procedure requirements, and in the same time we have to face this challenge. But I have a short question for you, because unfortunately time is over for this panel. What kind of advice, or two advices you have to address to Romanian armed forces in terms of procurements, or to defense industry, Romanian defense industry, taking into account the lesson learned mentioned by you, please?
I think that it's not only procurement, because procurement it's only for needs of armed forces. So armed forces needs to develop and design because of Ukraine lessons. So I told you about the assault companies. So it's something new. I think that Romania should have these assault companies in every brigade, because assault UAV companies, not only intelligence, because a UAV now it's a different, absolutely different reality. And if you have 1,000 of FPV drones and of course another type of strike drones, it's absolutely different strike capabilities for every brigade. Ukraine has this situation, especially in defense and in offensive operation as well. If you have an assault company together with a reconnaissance drone company, it's absolutely different. So if you have a doctrinal changes in your armed forces compared to previous one, and if you have lessons from Ukrainian reality now on the battlefield, so of course the UAV should be doctrinal changes, and of course logically it will be a procurement lessons. I told you 100,000 drones per year. It's only FPV drones. not reconnaissance, not the bigger drones like Bayraktar or Ukrainian type of these reconnaissance and intelligence drones. So it's a huge investments. Unfortunately, of course, it's impossible to change for 1 year. But again, if we have a perception that we are living in wartime, at least in armed forces and defense industry, we should think faster. We should think that, okay, let's change something in our budgeting, and maybe trying to get the lessons from Ukraine, because in Ukraine we have a lot of private small let's say factories which producing these FPV drones. FPV drones, it's even the students could build it with a 3D printer, printing the parts, have engines, have some components, and make it. So maybe in Romania you should trying to do it in universities to prepare the engineers, to prepare the operators, because, okay, we could say that 100,000 drones, who will use it? For example, are you ready now, okay, if Ukraine will give you now 100,000 drones for Romanian army, how much time you need to be adopted, to be prepared to use 100,000 drones in the army? Operators. For example, this Army Drones project prepared for 1 year 10,000 operators with 1 month's course, a special course for preparing and operate these FPV drones. Of course, it's a very basic skills, but I think it's a start, and I think that Romania should trying to get these lessons, and maybe prepared operators, prepared to produce it. I think it could be good for new doctrine.
Yes, I did. When I've been in Kiev 1 month ago, and I was impressed when I met Alexander Kamushin, your minister for defense industry, and was impressed by his commitment and your commitment to move forward and to assure the level of ammunition and the level of drones, necessary amount of drones for your army. And congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's express our gratitude to our speakers, great speakers, and it was a very interesting panel. We'll continue in 15 minutes, and we'll discuss about freedom of navigation with Romanian Chief of Navy, Admiral Panait, and also about defense industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
În primul rând sunt prea multe. Denisa. Bună ziua, vă rog să vă ocupați locurile. O să începem.
If you could please take your seats.
Doamnelor și domnilor, cea de-a treia sesiune și
Ladies and gentlemen, the third and last session of the panel on defense issues and security issues handles the freedom for navigation. Navigation freedom in the Black Sea region in the context of Russia's war against Ukraine and, of course, the defense industry. I will now invite Vice Admiral Mihai Panait, the Chief of Naval Forces in Romania, Mr. Viorel Manole, Executive Director of Patromil, and Professor Cornel Vișoianu, General Director of Automechanica Moren Factory. We were talking about navigation freedom. It's one of the most important things when we talk about the Black Sea. In the previous period, we've discussed a lot on how important grain export from Ukraine is. This export cannot be done unless we have a safe sea. And we also see how intense Russia's bombardment is on the ports of the Black Sea and the Danube ports. Almost on a daily basis, Ren, Ismail, and the ports from the Odessa region are being bombarded by Russia. For the first time, we have also faced the issue of drones that can Iranian drones used by the Russians that can get to Romanian territory. And we thought to discuss these things with very knowledgeable people on the topic. And I don't think there's anyone more knowledgeable than the Chief of Naval Forces of Romania. The issue of ensuring the safety of hundreds, and I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of ships that are in Romanian ports. This is why I have the honor to invite Mr. Panait to say a few words.
Kind introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Vice Admiral Mihai Panait, the Chief of Romanian Naval Forces Staff, and I am honored to be here to present this forum and to brief you on some of concerns and challenges regarding freedom of navigation in the Black Sea region. I prepare a presentation in order to bring in your attention important aspects from the Black Sea region. This is the agenda. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has increased the strategic importance of the Black Sea region for the security of NATO's eastern flank. The activity of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, energy blackmail, and blocking of sea line of communication represent a threat to the alliance and its partner states. Although NATO's ability to operate in the Black Sea is limited by the Montreux Convention, The alliance enhanced deterrence credibility by increasing its military presence in the region and expanding cooperation with partners. The confrontational nature of the Russian naval doctrine, adopted in August 2022, demonstrates the country's readiness for provocative actions in the Black Sea region, in the Black Sea basin, which it considers within its area of dominance. The Black Sea region is also threatened by Russian hybrid action to offshore critical infrastructure. The main task of the Black Sea Fleet is to control sea communication routes and conduct missile and land attacks against Ukrainian critical infrastructure and military facilities, including its Danube harbors. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has created a variety of risks for the safety of navigation. The most problematic is the risk for commercial vessel of hitting a drifting naval mine. At this moment, in the Black Sea, were discovered and neutralized 84 drifting mines, 84 sea mines, and we have another 8 mines unconfirmed. The current circulation in the Black Sea is characterized by a cyclonic system of currents, making a correlation between the number of the detected mines, water circulation, and seasons. Most of the mines were neutralized in winter, when the predominant direction of the wind is from north and northwest. After the start of the conflict, the start of the war, a series of elements consisting of fragments of the starting engines of air defense missile boosters were signaled along the Black Sea west coast. These were not isolated cases of war ammunition found on the Romanian land and waters, with multiple boosters and mines found throughout the war. As of today, 5 mines were found and destroyed in Romania area of responsibility by the Romanian Navy, including one close to the entry of Port of Constanța. This obviously creates safety of navigation issues for boats and ships that are underway, and a great impact on high costs on the marine industry such as fishery, offshore oil and gas economic activities, and tourism too. The Romanian Navy is currently involved in mine search operation in our area of responsibility with ships, unmanned aerial vehicles, and helicopters covering the main sea line of communication. In support of this operation, we have a great contribution of NATO MPAs and the Romanian Coast Guard. For example, today we have over the Romanian territorial waters 1 MPA from the 6th Fleet, 1 P8 Poseidon, and the second MPA, Atlantic, from the segment from France. However, eliminating the mine threat in the Black Sea will take a long time, will require significant resources, and will properly begin only after the aggression against Ukraine will be over. Since the beginning of the invasion, the Russians have seized or destroyed a large portion of the Ukrainian Navy vessels. In total, the Russians have seized 13 ships and have destroyed 1, most of which are patrol boats. Additionally, the Ukrainians have scuttled their only frigate and 2 patrol boats to avoid being captured by Russian forces. As of right now, the Ukrainian Navy ship inventory is extremely low. In turn, the Ukrainians have destroyed 15 Russian Navy ships and small assault boats, most notably the Slava-class cruiser Moskva and 1 Alligator-class landing ship. Apart from this, since the beginning of the offensive, Russian Black Sea Fleet ships have sunk 2 commercial vessels and damage others after attacking them while they were underway in the northwest Black Sea or were stationed in Ukrainian ports. But from this slide, I would like to underline the most important thing for us is to understand that the marine pollution could be a big threat for the present and for the future. The Seama ship, the Togo flag general cargo ship, reported an explosion early on Wednesday, 20th of September, and requested the evacuation of the 12-person crew near the Romanian port of Sulina. The crew were evacuated by the Romanian Agency for Saving Life at Sea. The cause of the explosion is still being investigated by authorities. The last incident occurred in this area is represented by the motor vessel Ali Najafov under the Liberian flag, which was hitting a drifting mine near the entrance to the Bucharest Channel on 15 October 2023. As a result of the Russian Federation not agreeing to the extension of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, Ukraine has attempted to find alternatives, and one of the solutions was the use of its ports on the Danube River. In order to prevent this, the Russian armed forces attacked the Ukrainian infrastructure on the Danube using the Shahed Iranian-made drones. These types of drones have been used throughout the conflict in attacks other regions of Ukraine, but never before in we call this kind of operation in the military terms near border operations. The Russian Federation's refusal to continue the grain initiative has led to a significant reduction in grain transports through the Black Sea. The initiative created the premises for a safe passage of ships in the western part of the Black Sea, and there were no significant incidents reported. The slide attempts to show the significant change in shipping traffic density values in key moments. As a result of the Russian aggression in Ukraine, the merchant traffic in the northwest Black Sea has decreased significantly. After Russia ended the Black Sea Grain Initiative, the number of ships in Sulina and Constanța anchorage areas have increased. Today, we have in front of Sulina almost 100 ships, 100 commercial vessels. In front of Constanța, in the anchorage area, we have almost 50 vessels. In front of Cernavoda, on the Danube, we have more than 40 vessels, barges and commercial vessels. In Rhein and in Ismail, we have around 40 and 50 commercial vessels. That means today more than 400 ships are in our area of responsibility, including harbors underway on the Danube area or in the Black Sea transiting area. From this point of view, it's important to understand the risk of collisions, risk of marine pollution, increased threat of ships hitting drifting mines. Moreover, a large number of ships gathered in a small area has the potential to encourage illegal activities such as arms and human trafficking, shortage of pilots for Sulina Channel that are overwhelmed by the number of ships. The consequence of the war in Ukraine, the floating mines, requires a combined effort of the Western Black Sea states to counter the threat. The MCM operations are coordinated in close cooperation with the MARCOM and include establish recommended routes in our area of responsibility. You you can see on the slide, surveillance of our area of responsibility using ships, aircrafts, and sensors, especially for navigational recommended routes, in order to have every day and to provide for the all authorities, national and NATO authorities, very clear recommended maritime picture, notifications to Marines through international and regional naval area warnings, comprehensive analysis and support to commanders regarding the hydrological factor influencing the path of the drifting mines, mine surveillance and active search operations in cooperation with our Coast Guard, Bulgarian and Turkish navies and other naval air assets, detection, identification and neutralization of drifting mines, share of information with MARCOM and maritime operational centers of different countries, including US 6th Fleet. With Russian Federation ended the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and in spite of its threats against ships that sail in the northwest Black Sea, Ukraine has announced new routes meant to help ships that have been blocked in Ukrainian ports due to military operations. Up to present day, 19 October 23, at least 53 merchant ships, commercial vessels, carry out transport missions between Ukrainian ports and the Istanbul Straits using the temporary corridor established by Ukraine through its territorial water in the northwest of the Black Sea. Since February 2022, Russia issued one nav war in July 2022, which overlaps Romanian economic exclusive zone, one nav war in July and August 2023, which overlaps Bulgarian economic exclusive zone. The warning area issued by Russia on 20 July 2022 had a part of it which was over a part of Romanian contiguous and exclusive economic zones, which the purpose of allowing Russian Navy ships to conduct maritime surveillance and to divert maritime traffic. Russia issued a navigation warning area, notified for dangerous navigation in the southwest part of the Black Sea over the Bulgarian economic exclusive zone, immediately after grain initiative ended by Russia. Russian Black Sea Fleet units were deployed in the area and conducting hailing against commercial vessels that were transiting in the area. The motor vessels were hailed about their last port of call, next port of call, flag, and cargo on board. Thus, Russian military ship issued warnings that if any ship is heading to Ukrainian ports, it will be assumed that they are transporting military cargo and are part of the conflict. On 13 August, the Russian naval ship Vasily Bykov conducted boarding on motor vessel Sukrokan using a helicopter while she was sailing in the southwest part of the Black Sea international waters heading to Ismail. In the last two slides, I would like to present you the Romanian Navy contribution in order to find some intelligent solution, in order to find the best course of action in order to keep the balance in this very complex area. And the idea is, from our point of view, through naval exercise, the cooperative maritime security is enhanced. We use multilateral cooperation concept, practical training, and knowledge and information sharing among the navies to address common challenges related to the maritime environment. Between 2018 and 2021, Romanian naval forces and the Ukrainian naval forces planned and conduct annual bilateral exercises along the common Danube border in order to promote regional trust and cooperation. Even within the limitation of Montreux Convention, Romanian Naval Forces has planned and conducted exercises together with NATO allies and Black Sea riverine countries in order to increase the safety and security and posture of NATO deterrence and defense in the Black Sea. I would like to underline our efforts in providing capability and presence in the Black Sea and in the Mediterranean Sea. And first of all, I would like to present you that we hosted, planned, prepared, and executed for the first time the Sea Breeze second phase. Sea Breeze is a bilateral United States Navy, Ukrainian Navy. We hosted for the first time this year in Constanța in our territorial waters in order to keep this kind of solution alive. It was not only the exercise, the Sea Breeze second phase. We organized in the same period of time, for the first time, the Black Sea Navy Commanders Conference from the all Black Sea riverines without Russians, in order to find a solution for the present and for the future, in order to have the best course of action for the demining operation after the war. But in the same time, we are trying to keep the balance. We are involved in the Med Sea, not only in the Black Sea with our forces, with our ships. We already accomplished our participation under the European Union flag with one frigate, with the Regele Ferdinand frigate in the Med Sea in the first semester in Irini operation. And last week we already accomplished the last important operations under the NATO flag, Operation Sea Guardian with Regina Maria frigate. We were involved in the Baltic Sea with our Marines for the Baltops, for the biggest NATO exercise for this year, and we are participating every year in the bilateral and multinational exercises in Bulgaria, in Turkey, or in Greece. Right now, our minesweeper Accente is involved in Bulgarian territorial waters and in the international water in the biggest NATO exercise in the Black Sea right now, Breeze 2023. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the threat to shipping routes in the Black Sea region has increased significantly. From this perspective, from my point of view, it's important to find the best solution to keep the balance in this very complex region. After, at the end of the day, to maintain the freedom of navigation in the Black Sea area and on the Danube River, it is Romanian national interest and Euro-Atlantic interest too. The leadership would be the solution. And from this point of view, it is important to build bridges with the all partners and to work together in order to build the Black Sea strategy in accordance with the national and the Euro-Atlantic interest. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral. I will now give the floor to the second speaker, and then we will have a Q&A session. After Mr. Viorel Manole, General Director of Patromil, has his speech. Thank you.
Bună ziua.
Hello. Since I have a summary presentation with slides in English, I will ask your permission to speak in Romanian so that the message better flows toward all participants. First of all, Thank you, Professor Ladoyo, for this initiative and outstanding organization. Of course, to News Strategy Center as well, because us here in Romania, if we want to do something successful with a great impact, we have to seek out the help of the most influential think tanks, and News Strategy Center is such a think tank. We just complement the team, all in all, and I would like to thank the Parliament for hosting us. The representatives of the Parliament should know that defense can't exist without the support and involvement of the political will of the army people, professionals, media. It is an over-regulated area, and because Senator Paul referred earlier, and the representative of Ukobaron mentioned this as well, we can't move forward quickly and efficiently if legislation lags behind. So we need that at the same time legislation be updated. And we saw with the war in Ukraine that we can't cross Europe because we don't have the military mobility approved in all states. We have good previous initiatives with respect to the security of supply, but if we want to manufacture 100,000 drones, we won't be able to find the spare parts and the raw materials necessary to build the 100,000 drones unless we take the China road or another road that is no longer accessible with respect to the security of supply. So it is quite clear that we have to join forces. In my presentation, I will give you some examples on bringing together the capabilities of the member states or partner states and to share it later. So it's the concept of pulling and sharing. This concept of pulling and sharing is, in our opinion of Patromil, absolutely mandatory to put in practice, at least at this time for Ukraine. Patromil, and thank you, Mr. Scutaro, for introduced us 20 minutes ago as being an association that is honest, that is constructive. So Patromil is mostly a representative of all companies in defense or dual use in Romania. When we were set up in 2001, we wanted to be the main advisor of decision makers in the field of defense or related fields. Unfortunately, in Romania, as in most Central and Eastern Europe countries, after the 1989, Romania saw a downfall, especially with respect to the defense industry. As you see on the slide, you have starting values and status quo. colleagues in Ukraine. I mentioned the pooling and sharing concept. If we set our industrial capabilities alongside the industrial capabilities of Ukraine, which are very developed and competitive, and we can also consider certain relocation to Romania, and we shouldn't be bombarded by Putin here along this frame of pooling and sharing. I think that the hub that we refer to will not just be an energy, transport, education hub, but also a hub of the joint defense industry. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now the last speaker, and then we'll take some questions. Mr. Vishoianu, the General Director from Automecanica Moren.
Kind invitation, honor and the privilege, and at the same time it's an opportunity. For interoperability, I will try to speak in Romanian to be more efficient.
I'd like to thank everyone again. It is truly a moment that should be a reference point in time, in my opinion. This is a dimension that needs to be looked at globally. And I will merely be talking about road transport, because most people do live on the ground. Okay, fine, a significant part is in the air, others are on waters, but most of us are on the ground. And that's where we should ensure that they're safely transported. They, as well as other materials and other items. Based on the Ukrainian experience, we can say that we've all witnessed what a new type of war means. And we have a major issue with it, interoperability. I will approach 4 topics that I find essential. The first one is related to production. It is obvious we will have to adapt to the new NATO standards, and along the way, we will need to have available all of these new technologies, including from the point of view of interoperability. I went to Washington to the international fair. I think I came back about 2 days ago, and the defense industry, from this point of view, is progressing quite quickly from the point of view of technologies and types of machineries. And this type of answer against the new war. In the meantime, all the defense industry globally is overbooked. You know very well that orders have been placed up to 2035, 2040. And the companies are quite busy with working on this because wars seem to have taken us by surprise. From a production perspective, we will have to bring in new products. Already at a European level and at NATO level, agreements have been signed for common platforms, presupposing interoperable machinery. This, however, presupposes time, technology transfer. And this is a significant issue that those of you who work in the military area know very well, because you need specific approvals. There are states such as the US, and in their case, there's a prohibition for technology transfer, which is written in the very constitution. It can only be done via special approvals. So we need to do something to have a real exchange of information. Another point I want to put in under discussion is maintenance. A whole amount of machinery from various producers has been transferred to Ukraine, the way it was when the conflict was initiated. Obviously, any piece of machinery built by a human being has to be periodically maintained and repaired if needed. We faced two issues: our old machinery, which are specific to former Warsaw Pact armies, and I'm talking about FPR 60, 70, 80, and the Romanian army still has this, and the Ukrainian army too. Unfortunately, the supply chains have broken. We have significant issues in terms of spare supplies, and I can provide you with one example about the types that I just mentioned earlier on. We mainly need more than 500 such pieces, 120, 130, fine. We can produce them in our own factories because we are the producers. We can get 150 from all around the world. That leads us to almost 300. But there are 300 more that lack, and they used to be produced in the Republic of Moldova, in Ukraine, and these need to be the subject of another discussion that needs to be approached because it was abandoned during the past few years. When we talk about maintenance, we also talk about new machinery that has come these past months, and the whole amount of contracts and procurements are ongoing. Whether we talk about Harry, Abrams, 4x4
Întreținute trebuie să fie.
transporters, they must be maintained. They need maintenance. They need fixing. This means transfer of technology. This means supply of spare parts of all these carriers, right? The third dimension that I'd like us to discuss is the research part. We have two options here. For the old techniques, for the old technology, we've started discussing about rebuilding the engines. Old engines that were fine 30, 40 years ago are definitely not reliable anymore, number one. And number two, they're no longer produced, right? Injection pumps and all that. All of these new elements to which we need to add the new technology, because within the discussions we had with high representatives of the armies, including at prime minister level, they should be interoperable and be adapted to the current needs. And then the prime minister said, Mr. Chuka, to have drones on wheels, because that's where we'll be getting at. All of this machinery needs design. It needs research. What I've seen in DC was a lot of unmanned machinery, right? So they can be directed remotely. And they have new technology. And we need training for the new technology, both in DC and in Warsaw and in NATO, where we discuss about deficiencies in products and in rare materials that are an issue throughout NATO. There's also an issue with human resources. Preparation in the new jobs, in the end, because these will be new jobs. You can't compare a person operating a tank 30 years ago with a person who now needs to understand satellites and be able to react as quickly as possible with the given technology. For this, We've started dual education system, internship training courses in order to precisely train the people for these new categories of jobs. Some of us are quite old enough to start thinking about retirement. So we need to do this as quickly as possible. This presupposes a high emphasis on education. All of this has to take place simultaneously. We have to have a holistic approach. And just the way we've done for the project of this conference, and I'm nearing the end of my speech, we need to identify real needs. We need to quantify them. We need to transform this area of ours in a logistic hub that can rely on both railway infrastructure and on everything that the capabilities of the Constanța port presuppose. We also need to think about reconstruction and defense simultaneously within a dual-use system, just like the chair said earlier on, because at some point the war will be done. And that machinery needs to come in, kick in for serious situations. I don't know, even if it's about moving away the snow that sets in. Misfortune doesn't happen only once. And in a final note, I should say that we need to be able to speak the same language, all of us, the economy, the army, and the research. The private sector and the state sector, the public sector, need to talk the same language. We need to consider financing sources. So thank you, New Strategic Center, for the meeting that you organized with the banks a while ago, because we're trying to identify all potential financing solutions. Thank you for the fact that all throughout this unfortunate context we're living in right now, we are those who have to provide confidence. We are those who can help. People need to know they're safe in their houses, within their families, and we need to draw a signal that we can only draw together for this purpose. I'll stop here now. I will continue collaborating with our partners in Ukraine so that we can identify, as I was saying, all the necessary means to collaborate in order to produce those items that are necessary not only to end the war, but in the long run. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vișoianu. Thank you very much. If I may ask you a question, and if I may be efficient, I'll try to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Panait, but from your point of view. What is the lesson learned from the Ukraine war? Mr. Vice Admiral, please. Thank you, Director, for your question. First of all, from the point of view of the Romanian naval forces, the first lesson that we've identified, or the first lesson learned, if you wish, is the one that unpiloted systems, unmanned systems, may be a solution for the Black Sea region.
My view, my point of view from this perspective, the first lesson identified, the first lesson learned is that we learn that unmanned vehicles could be a very outstanding solution for the Black Sea. And in this regard, we, the Romanian Naval Forces, we are working together with the allies, with the NATO alliance, in order to build this kind of maritime drones for the Navy, for the Romania. It's very important. This is the first lesson learned. The second lesson from my point of view is that we realized what is the importance of the sea, what is the importance of the Danube. Our former Prime Minister, Mihail Cogălnicianu, told us about this important argument for the Romanians. because we have this kind of opportunity, we have to invest in our infrastructure. And right now we realized what is the importance of the Danube and what is the importance of the Black Sea. The third lesson learned, from my point of view, is we have to be vigilant and we have to be ready. That means we have to build our forces, to build our society in order to work together, civilians and military, in order to find the best solution, in order to be prepared. Because right now we can understand better what is the importance of word of peace. We can see right now that the grass is not green around the Black Sea, and this is the first thing. And to establish the peace in the region will be a very challenging, very big challenge for the next decades. This is my understanding, Director. Thank you.
A lot of lessons learned mentioned by you, and indeed it's very important that, and you mentioned very well, Admiral, the Black Sea has two entrances, Danube and Turkish Straits, and especially it's very difficult for Romanian Navy because more or less we are alone, taking into account that the Turkish Straits are closed, and because we already are in the middle of attrition war, it's necessary more or less to count on us if you discuss about naval domain and to act alone, because unfortunately we will not receive any other vessels from non-Riparian NATO countries. Domnule Manole, lecția dumneavoastră sau lecțiile dumneavoastră pe care le-ați
Mr. Manole, your lessons learned from this conflict? First and foremost, I'm very sorry, because I'm sure this would have been possible, that we have not met more often bilaterally, both the industries and also monitoring decision-making groups, mixed groups. I'm talking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, the Romanian Intelligence Service, the private sector industry, and the public sector industry. I, for one, have met more often the ambassador of Indonesia and the representatives of the Indonesian industry than with the Ukrainian ones. And I think this is also valid for our colleagues in Ukraine. I don't know how exactly they got organized for this organization, but everyone focused on ammunition. Right, that's of course the proper thing to do because it's the thing you need the next day. But we should have had an action plan. We should have an action plan at least now, because wars will not end now. So we need an action plan as to how do you go from a war state to a peace state? Who participates in this? How do we allocate the resources? Not necessarily financial ones, but HR ones, right? Human resources. Honestly, I think I'm almost certain that both the Romanian defense industry and the Ukrainian defense industry might have found solutions within 6 months as concerns the naval and air drones and terrestrial drones with fewer money. We do all try to get on-the-shelf equipment, right, and civilian equipment, and include it in the military use. If they had told us do this within 6 months, we definitely would have done it. If we had met more often, I'm talking about officers, about the military, Ukrainian military. And I don't know, they might have told us something like, my colleague died because West Anna was not okay there. We would intervene and we would succeed. We would immediately intervene and do quick, swift modifications, and it would have cost us less. But because there was no action plan, it cost us more. I think this is one of my regrets, that we have not communicated well enough. And the decision-making chain has not been a full chain. Yes, you are right. However, we need to understand that this country is fighting a war to defend its own existence.
Ukraine needs 155 ammunition quickly. That's why they need longer range missiles. They don't have time to wait until various committees meet, discuss, and they're just trying to find solutions quickly and to cope with the current need. I was a month ago in Kiev, and I understood one thing, how important it is to deliver weapons on time. It's one thing to deliver tanks in April or in September and to leave Russians more time to fortify everything, because we have to understand the pressure and the request from Ukraine to ask for something and to get them on time and to help them avoid defeat all in all. Mr. Vishoyanu, please, what lessons have you learned from this war?
To speak in English this time, the first and most important lesson, I think, is how to be together. That is the most important, because as we discussed about interoperability, it's two kinds of interoperability. First, it's interoperability between the machines, the new technology, and so and so. And that can be solved, okay, by production, by research and development, and so and so. But the most important lesson, I think, is that of interoperability between people, interoperability between institutions, between between legislation, and interoperability between the men that are directly involved with their necessities and their opportunities in this period. For that reason, I think the communication is most important thing at this moment, and the lesson is how to be together. Thank you.
Mulțumesc mult, domnule Vishoyanu.
Thank you, Mr. Vishoyanu. Admiral, you focused on the Black Sea, the Danube, interoperability, interhuman relations, and indeed the possibility that Mr. Manole referred to be able to anticipate and at the same time to have plans that we can prepare together. You spoke of the need for cooperation. Thank you all. We didn't go too much beyond time. It's very difficult to speak before lunch. After 4 hours almost, the proud panel for safety and cooperation, especially in the defense industry, is all the more important. I'm happy that we have here friends from Ukraine coming over, that we've met each other. Although we are neighbors, it is barely now as an effect of this war. Romanians and Ukrainians know each other better. We've had stereotypes, one about the others. And things changed slightly first after the invasion in 2014, when we saw that Starszy Brat, the older brother, didn't act brotherly as well and took Crimea. Then the war started in Donbass, and it continued after 8 years, the strongest part of the aggression war, a broad-scale invasion. Dear friends from Ukraine, you can count on Romania for the help for the European accession that Chair Ciucă referred to and the former Minister of Defense, Dâncu, mentioned as well. It is going to be sometimes a difficult process to understand, a process that is wide, that Romania has gone through and that Romania can help with. We also think of rebuilding Ukraine, and let me congratulate against Mr. Vladoiu for this initiative, but as a triangle, Romania, Ukraine, and Republic of Moldova, because we have a chance of reconstruction and modernizing Moldova a long time with Ukraine. But for all of this, something needs to happen, and Russia needs to be defeated. Ukraine has to free all its territories. And when we speak of what type of victory Ukraine wants all its territories free. And it's better for a Remain to have a Ukraine with Crimea and not a Crimea under Russia. It's good today to speak of cooperation projects. The Romanian and Ukrainian Navy can to be able to secure together navigation in the Black Sea, greatly disputed at this time. So let me conclude wanting that the next such event and other events on rebuilding Ukraine, undertaking that this is going to be a lengthy process, be also held in Ukraine as well, where the war stops. But this does not just depend on Ukraine. It depends on each and every one of us. It depends on each country delivering what they promised Ukraine, financially, military, so that Ukraine can defend itself and regain its territories. Thank you once again for participating. And I do hope that soon we can enjoy a win together. Zapere mohu.
Asta e munca de echipă. Asta e munca de echipă. Și organizatorul că a știut pe cine și cum să ne așeze.
Amiral, vă rog. Pe pentru dumneavoastră. Bine? Da, vă rog. Pe rând, așa?
Nu vă încurcă aici.
Nu e problemă. Rezolv.
Facem o poză toți patru și după asta...
Asta pentru tine, Cornel, și îți mulțumesc.
Mare drag.
Și trebuie să facem și o poză, dar uite, fă o poză aici cu...
Plăcere să vă revăd.
Mai bine. Vă doresc vânt în toate pânzele de la Marina.
La fel.
Mai bine și eu. Mulțumesc foarte mult.
Asta e pentru tine.
Hello, hello. Hey guys, an announcement before we start. We start in 1 minute. Somebody recognize this, if you lost it, your bracelet, it's here. It's with diamonds, just kidding. Maybe you recognize it. I know, it was fell on the floor. We are starting, and please, sitting. Începem într-un minut, vă rog.
We are starting in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
1 minute. Thank you. Zic de imn. Dar ce pui și românesc și ucrainean? Okay, guys, I want you to focus here. We are starting. Can you please stand, because we start with the national anthem of Romania and Ukraine. Okay, please stand.
Glory
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have the third panel, the third part of the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum 2023 will be recovery. And I have the opportunity to introduce the founder of the USIDHR Diplomacy and Human Rights, Isabel Vladoiu, who is the person which has the heart and the vision to create an impact and a legacy in this world by creating her army of human rights consultants. She already has over 9,000 human rights consultants in 93 countries, with 30 regional directors in 30 countries. And her heart and vision was when she was young and started to arrive in the United States in 2015. And after she did law in Romania, she finished law and also continued to do master in law in the United States. She wants to become an advocate, and she became an advocate on human rights, human trafficking prevention, diplomatic protocol as well, and was recognized by to the level of President Trump in 2018 and President Biden in 2022. With no further ado, let me have Isabel Vladoiu, and welcome.
Hello and welcome. Thank you so much, Mr. President Wancea of USIDHR. I hope you've enjoyed the session so far. We are here at the final part of the 2 days event at the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum, and it's my honor and pleasure to have spent these 2 days with you here in this awe-inspiring building. I wanted to start a little bit by telling you, because I know we have so many people, representatives of so many different parts of the world, especially North America, and it's for your first time in Romania, and it's first time in the Palace of Parliament for many of you. Today we gather in a testament of the resilience of nations and the spirit of sacrifice embodied in this monument. I wanted to read you some facts about the Palace of Parliament where we are here today so that you realize the magnitude of what you participated so far. So first of all, I think you know this. It's huge, right? The Palace of Parliament of Romania is the second largest building after the Pentagon in the US that has an administrative function. So that means the Palace of Parliament and the parliamentarians, right, the legislative body of Romanian government, it's holding their sessions in this same building. It has 240 meters long and 270 meters wide, right? Hundreds of rooms, and the architectural design that we've enjoyed these 2 days, crystal chandeliers, wooden furniture, original, marble, all the column marble, the gold leaf foils. I want you to stop for a second and admire all these when you'll get your way outside of the Palace of Parliament. These were carefully chosen. But I want to also tell you that it took tremendous work and an effort to be built. About 100,000 people worked to build this huge building, and some 20,000 out of them worked 24/7 to build this amazing edifice. Therefore, as we embark in the next discussions and the initiatives at the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum, I want you to let this Palace of Parliament serve as an inspiring backdrop. May its history of sacrifice and the tireless labor that brought it to life motivate all of you to work together. That's the point why we are here. We need to transcend any challenges and start rebuilding not just structures, but also the very fabric of nations. That's the essence of Rebuilding Ukraine Forum. So without further ado, I want to start with the first panel of today and invite our dear panelist. It's Professor Nasti Marian Vladoiu. He's the president of the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce Romania-Ukraine, and Professor Dr. Silviu Gabriel Barbu, Secretary of State at the head of the Prime Minister's controlled body in Romania, to join me on a panel discussion about the serious violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law in the context of Russia's illegal, illegitimate, and unprovoked war in Ukraine. Please, a round of applause. And first, I'm going to give the speech or the floor to Professor Barbu, who's going to present, and then will join us for a panel discussion, okay? For the technique, is this the clicker? Yes?
Hello, everyone. Very pleased to be here, and thanks very much for the organizer for this huge team, 2 days spending time together here for such an important purpose. I'll speak in Romanian. The paper is in English over there. So
we have a premise, historically speaking at least. This premise is that the Soviet Union fell in 1991 and independent states were created on that territory, Ukraine included. I will leave history to specialists. I will just refer to some legal ideas focusing on humanitarian law. Another premise. On the 10th of December, 1948, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which includes the right to life, liberty, and personal security, recognition as a person before the law, freedom of movement, nationality, freedom of thought, conscience and religion, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, and freedom to participate in governance. Freedom to simply be free as your free will dictates in a civilized and democratic society. In this legal international context, we can say that without going too much into an analysis of the effects of this obviously illegal, illegitimate and unprovoked war of the Russian Federation in Ukraine, starting from the explanation of the international law above, we can notice that fundamental rights were breached of the Ukrainian people, which, apart from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, are broadly recognized internationally. The acts of aggression committed by the Russian state against Ukraine fall under the category of those prohibited by the war, and I'll go through those quickly. And these are relevant to the entire international public opinion. The media coverage of the horrors of the war is quite suggestive in this regard. The consequences of these acts of aggression are hard to quantify. In these 2 days, we've heard very many consequences, and it is very difficult to set a definition of these as far as examples go. Always reality beats theory. And there is undoubtedly a need for a comprehensive effort to officially address and condemn them accordingly when history will take a straighter line. The Russian-Ukrainian war, the Russian war against the Ukrainian people is, as I said, visible, unprovoked, unjustified in the context in which there is no legal ground for Russia to invade Ukraine territorially. And one can express the viewpoint that international regulations, if we were to take it in the eyes of the Russian Federation, seem to have lost all credibility, which apparently can make us think that the Russian Federation doesn't care about the principles of international law. In other words, we can say that international law in this situation is basically devoid of any content. Legitimate questions arise on the extent in which, if not in its favor, the decisions of the International Court of Justice will be honored by the Russian state, and if the tools available of international law, which theoretically could be used against the Russian state, as we can understand, what happens if the Federation does not comply with the decisions of the International Court of Justice that we can imagine, at least as a perspective in time? And Ukraine's arguments, looking at the topic broadly, are quite entitled, saying that there's no legal basis to take military measures against Ukraine, and there's no consistency between the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide and the provisions of the UN Charter in Article 8 of the Convention, at the same time with or along with the Russia's argument to justify its military invasion. Briefly, no argument of Russia can stand before international regulations applicable in the field. The legal basis for Ukraine's claims consists in the provisions of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide and the provisions of the UN Charter and other international regulations that I am trying to very quickly go through. As a consequence of the Russian Federation's military intervention in Ukraine, the Committee of Ministers decided that after 26 years, this is a precedent that history already takes act of, so it has decided that after 26 years, the membership of the Council of Europe would end for the Russian Federation. This Russian Federation became a member on the 28th of February 1996. On the 25th of February 2022, the Committee of Ministers initiated the procedure provided by Article 8 of the Statute of the Council of Europe, in line with the resolution concerning the financial and legal consequences of suspension of participation within the Council of Europe. Therefore, the Committee of Ministers accepted this. The foreign and security policy of the Russian Federation is motivated by revenge. Kremlin believes that Russia can reverse some of consequences it suffered during its position to have lost the Cold War. Well, this should rather be done by history and not law history, but the history of diplomacy and public or political science. From a legal standpoint, there are three categories of the laws of war enshrined in the doctrine. Jus ad bellum, that is, rules that determine the legitimacy of one state's war against the other. Jus in bello, a set of rules that regard the behavior of belligerent countries in the context of war, and jus contra bellum, the international right or international law that could prevent war. In an ideal world, we would imagine that this jus contra bellum would prevail. But the objective reality in the history of mankind and in the past 2 centuries looked completely different. Article 2, paragraph 4 of the UN Charter states that all members of the UN shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force, whether against the territorial integrity or political independence of a state, or any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of UN. This would be the premise of bona fides regarding the behavior toward other states. According to international law norms, the use of military force by a sovereign state is considered just if it meets certain conditions. It is in self-defense. A state requests another state to send troops. If the UN Security Council deems the war to be legal, according to Article 51 in the UN Charter. And Article 51 states that nothing in this charter shall impair the inherent right of individual self-defense or collective if an armed attack occurs against a member of the UN nations. The measures taken by the members in this right are brought before the UN Security Council. Well, and you saw the quote before from the article. Under these circumstances, the war initiated by Russia is all the more not just, given the international law norms. The right of the Ukrainian state to resort to self-defense and to request external military assistance is in the clearest legality. Yes, let's speak of the consequences to follow. We can just let the slides roll, and we invite Professor Barbu to join us in this panel so that we can continue the discussion. We speak before various reports on the abuse of human rights and the breach of international human rights law and international humanitarian law that were breached. Let's start with Professor Vladoiu. What are the main challenges in rendering accountable those that are responsible? And what can the international community do to tackle these challenges more efficiently? Thank you, Isabel. You have raised quite a delicate question, because it's not a matter of what the states can do. States already do something. But what can the international society do? Well, that's something else. States bring their contribution. But what Professor Barbu said as well, let me repeat, it's a matter of efficiency of international law and the effectiveness of international law at this time. We see that along with the Briand-Kellogg Treaty of 1928, when the countries of the world took war outside official resolutions, this was a way to solve conflicts, having a war. So the two prime ministers, Briand and Kellogg, they've decided to put war beyond this way of handling conflicts. So it was put outside international law. And how many other wars follow since 1928? A lot, quite a lot. What Professor Barbu said is one way accurate, and to be 100% accurate, I have to complement it. It's not the fault of the international law that the states do not observe it. It's not the fault of international law that an organization such as the UN is no longer efficient, absolutely at all.
Why am I saying it's not efficient? Because this chart, this UN chart, from my point of view, is obsolete. You cannot, at such a point in time, state that Russia, as one of the 15 states that laid the foundations of the USSR, is the only state after 1991 that has continued this. 14 more states could have been the supporters of continuing USSR. So you introduce the Russian Federation as a continuing state of the USSR and of the Soviet Union. And you now bump into this aggressor state. But it is one among the 5 countries that have the veto right within the UN Security Council. So here's the legitimate question. Is the chart of UN up to date, or is it obsolete? Right now, in my opinion, allowing only 5 states to have sort of hegemonic pretensions, have this veto right. I mean, why, when we speak of such events, why should we only have 5? Why can't we have more states that have a veto right? They basically cancel all the coercion possibilities of the UN merely by using their veto right. I'm talking about Russia, obviously. So, the aggressor state should never have a right to veto. You're either the aggressor and you have no such rights, or you're a peaceful state and then you can use your right. I mean, these are real issues. And the international law does have proper content. However, that content has not been updated to our realities, our current realities. You were asking about the methods. Well, I've been saying for a year and a half that we need to establish the foundations of a tribunal that would bring Russia to face all of the crimes that they've committed. We have criminal types of offenses. We have war crimes that are being confused or taken for crimes against humanity. They take crimes against humanity for genocide and so on. But if you ask me, it's a cocktail from all the 3. Think of all the children that were transferred cross-border. That would go into genocide. It's war crimes because this is war. And you saw all the terror deeds and all the terrorism actions that took place. I mean, and crimes against humanity. Well, do we even need to go there? This is a lot of joint crimes and a lot of joint offenses according to international criminal law. It's not just something we should fancy. Establishing an international tribunal to bring Russia to court is a need. Thank you, Professor Vladoiu. It is not only that you've answered our question, you're also making us think what might be the next solutions. And you've mentioned that you've proposed the solution for more than a year and a half. Well, then all of us who are now in the room, we can think about how we can support these solutions, if not outright implement them. Mr. Barbu, do you have anything you'd like to add in terms of the challenges that raising the issue of Russia's accountability poses? Well, it's a complicated answer. And it's complicated for us to solve this at this level. However, it is very useful to take this topic as high as possible so that we push decision makers to make the right choices. Speaking of jus ad bellum, the war was generated for reasons that are very difficult to justify. And that part of the world was basically taken back to, say, before the 19th century in terms of the people's suffering, destructions. And it had no justification according to international law. But if I may draw a comparison, and the Romanian colleagues in the country, in the room, I'm sure will understand what I mean. The law on the restoration of property, on giving back the property to the rightful owners after the communist era, generated a lot of debate in international courts. But if we think about the size of the destructions in Ukraine committed by the Russian aggressor, think about merely the consequences that this can have. The international and the European arena are basically faced with very unusual realities for a Europe that believed that after the Second World War, they had managed to, well, basically make works inexistent. Just like Professor Vlădoiu, I deeply believe we necessarily have to modernize international law mechanisms, because law, in essence, has to be applicable if we want it to be efficient. Otherwise, it's merely recommendations, it's not law. So then we have to find mechanisms via which it is mandatory for the states to take upon responsibility for what they do. You mentioned the 10th of December, 1948 example. The International Declaration on Human Rights is not, unfortunately, binding. The states made it binding, or made the provisions, several of them, or maybe many of the provisions, made them binding by adopting them in their constitution or in other pieces of law. But the declaration is merely that, a declaration. It is not a binding document. Thank you, Professor Barbu. To conclude, Professor Vlădoiu, Professor Barbu, since you both work in the academia and you're both researchers, Mr. Vlădoiu, I know you are actually the author of many books and many innovating concepts. What can researchers do in order to increase awareness and in both among the population and among decision makers? You mentioned, for instance, the concept of Russianism, if I may say so. What tools should we use? Well, Russianism is a concept, but the fact that it's been brought to a position where it is not recognized, this is merely the fault of the Russian management. I mean, the Russian leaders, because I don't know, the day after tomorrow you can have other leaders in Russia. It's about the leaders, the people. The Russian people in itself is really not guilty of what their decision makers decide to do. Let's not stigmatize. You remember the fascist government, right? It wasn't the German people doing what they were doing. It was their decision makers that had decided to do this. So what we can do, I believe, is to raise our degree of resilience, the resilience of citizens. We're talking about recovery, right? We're talking about everything that it means for the common citizen to act against this. Because whether you want it or not, anything related to war will affect civil citizens. It will affect the population, first and foremost, because terror is maintained among them, right? Starting with those who have been victims with physical damages and not to mention injuries and so on. All of these people, and since we're speaking in this forum about both mental and physical recovery of these citizens, we need to raise awareness on all of these topics via the means we have. And by means, I mean laws that is to be implemented via the enforcement bodies. We need to raise the resilience of citizens from a psychological perspective. They need to become resilient and by this I mean they should be able to jump to back. They need to have that strength to recover from such trauma, because in the end, you need to understand that the physical trauma may be fixed at some point in time. However, the psychological one is the long-lasting one. It remains, and it doubles, unfortunately, the physical one. Of course, we should be happy for those who merely remain with the psychological trauma, but in my opinion, we should make all efforts internationally. And I'm sure that everyone here has an interest in bringing that added value that will lead to they're having a real possibility to increase the resilience degree of such impacted citizens. Thank you, Mr. Vladoi. Thank you, Mr. Barbu, for this panel. You've left us with quite interesting thoughts. Thank you very much for the following panel. You've already opened the topic, so thank you for that. A hand for the professors. Thank you. So, Professor Barbu, sure. Thank you.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, professors. Let's continue with panel 2, and we'll be speaking about increasing accountability internationally regarding the answer we can give to the disabled people's inclusion, and we speak specifically of disabled people in Ukraine. And for this, I will invite the following members of the panel. And I will now switch to English.
Miss Judith Ann Cushman-DeBoss, U.S. Army veteran. Miss Krisai Luka to join me on stage, please. And Miss Yulia Troyan from Ukraine, Veterans Affairs. Please join me on stage. Round of applause. Grab your seats. I'm going to ask my colleagues to bring one more chair. Good. So we are going to start. They all have very short presentation. I know I want to make this session as interactive as possible. We are going to have a conversation here on stage, and then after that we are going to try to take some questions from the audience. So I want your help to make sure that we are running through this session and we are getting the most out of it. Okay. So first we will start with you with the presentation. If you want, you can sit here or go at the podium to present how we can actually help the veterans in Ukraine.
For sure. Thank you for this opportunity. It was quite unexpected, so I didn't have any presentation prepared. But since it's a very important and relevant topic, I'm always happy to cover it whenever asked. Dear colleagues, I will speak in English because that's going to be more easy for the audience here, though Ukrainian is also a working language. So as you know, veterans are now on the cutting edge, basically, of the things that are ongoing, not just in Europe, but in the world, and these are mostly Ukrainian veterans. And Ukrainian veterans are now involved in the most recent technologies and in the most recent, let's say, developments of the industry and of the digital sphere. They are now testing the technologies that we are all going to face in the 21st century. So these are, for example, Internet of Things, communication technologies. These are technologies related to all kinds of drones, both aerial drones and land drones and sea drones. Ukrainian and international, by the way, veterans who are serving now in Ukraine, they will be the basis for the development of the economy of the world in the 21st century. And what's very important, that's recognized by our president, Mr. Zelensky, and you might have heard that he has several principles of veterans policy. So veterans should not be considered as the weak part. They are now the strongest part of the entire European and probably world community, and they have something to share. So they have experiences, they have the best practices which are going to become prominent in the world, and they have also the strength and the spirit that they can share with all of us. And probably in a couple of years we will be proud to have known those people.
Thank you so much. What a great initiatives, and I think what you said and what President Zelensky says, it's right. They are the backbone right now of Ukraine, and we need to continue to support them. But more important than if you want to tell us anything that the community, the international community, can do also for the families of these soldiers, right? We value their service, and we value the service of all the people who have tried to work together in this war. But moreover, the families of veterans are sometimes left behind, especially like people who've had disability or people who had to migrate, people who had to go and leave the country immediately after the aftermath of war, not knowing, children leaving their parents behind. Can you tell us something about that?
Well, basically any veteran, whether it's a man or a woman, it's a cluster. It's a cluster of people. So it's a veteran, their family, and their previous workplace. And if any of these parts fail, the veteran is not viable. So they are not going to make it, unfortunately. But the good thing is if they have this backup, they are very strong. And the part of this backup which is related to families, is actually backed up by our European partners. We're very grateful to the countries of Europe that have accommodated the families of our veterans so that they can feel secure and they can know that they're backed up and they can protect their families from here, from there in Ukraine. What you could do, and what many of our partners are actually doing, that's probably a very big contribution, is to think of those people as your family, having the same needs. So these are just the same people as you are, basically. They're just in a life situation which is very unusual and very hard, but nevertheless, they're very strong. So what you could do, you could reach out to them for them to feel part of your community. That's one thing. You could provide assistance to them to be sustainable, to have a job, to have a training, to have a community place, to have education, and they will be a part of your community for as long as they have to stay, let's say, out of danger. And we hope very much, and this process has already begun, that most of the families who have temporarily been evacuated to Europe will go back. And the other aspect of this assistance could be providing psychological support. And this is where the US colleagues have helped us very much. They have developed standards for assisting such categories of veterans, families, and families of the deceased, which is a separate category. You have to be very qualified to work with them. They have special training programs for psychologists, and they're sharing this experience with us. And the other colleagues, like Croatian colleagues and the British colleagues, they are helping the Ukrainian psychologists by the Train the Trainer scheme. And basically what you can do, you can just support one of those initiatives, join them, because there are a lot of initiatives on psychological support, but the need is huge. So we expect around 4 to 5 million people to be the clients of, let's say, veteran services. That includes veterans and their family members.
Yes, thank you so much. So many things that we need to set up in place as an international community. And I remember last year, our team at U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, we rushed to Romania, where a lot of the waves of refugees trying to get out. And one common message among them, and I've spoken with many families of the soldiers who are like children and mothers, and their only word was, I want to go back. I'm here temporarily. So they really want to go back, and they want to bring, so you pointed out and beautifully described, we need to make them feel like families while they are here temporary, right? Because obviously the purpose of rebuilding Ukraine is to allow these people to get back to their lives. And also another beautiful point that you said is anyone can be in this situation, right? No country is untouchable. We live in such an uncertain moment that no country is untouchable. So next time it can be any one of us. So if we treat the others the same way we would want us to be treated, then we can just, put our steps into building a more fair world. And to bring you to the psychological help, and many times we have these visible and invisible wounds, right? Both of the families and of the veterans. I would like to invite Ms. Dubois to talk a little bit and present what you have prepared on some of the projects. Yeah, if you want to come a little bit at the podium. Very short presentation, exactly how we can bring our support from the United States to Ukraine and to this part of the world necessarily. The clicker should be over there. Let me help you with that.
We got to have the clicker.
There you go.
So, thank you very much, first of all, Isabel and colleagues, for being here. And thank you for inviting me to speak. My speech took a little bit of a turn 2 seconds ago, actually 3 minutes ago, when on Fox News it was announced that Syria tried to attack the United States with drones at our base in Syria. No one was injured, we took them out, but President George W. Bush referenced the axis of evil in 2003. He said China, Syria, Iraq, Russia, Iran, and North Korea would be engaged. And certainly with the atrocities that he has done in the Ukraine, we see that axis of evil, and with the atrocities in Israel. So it is my mission and my focus to be able to focus on my fellow veterans. How many of you served in your country's military? Could you please stand? So many of them have already left the room, but Jacob Crawford, who is with me and is with JAD Associates, is a 100% compensated veteran from the United States Army and our war on terrorism in Afghanistan. I am a United States Army veteran. I am the CEO of JAD Associates. I did receive the Meritorious Service Medal from the United States Army for public service recently, and I have a lot of credentials behind my last name. Click. For veterans, it is important that we increase the knowledge and understanding of the full cycle of the veteran needs to include their family needs and their family members. And as my colleague from the Ukraine said, please take some time to get to know your local veteran, reach out to them, and find out what they may need. Sometimes it's talking, sometimes it's a job, sometimes it's a career employment advice, and sometimes it's finding out if there's a benefit available to them. In the United States, we have unemployment benefits. I don't know if the Ukraine has that for their veterans, but sometimes it's just helping someone figure out the paperwork. The development and maintenance of an effective and efficient database for veterans is critical. And I was pleased to hear you say that we at the United States have been helping develop that. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of veteran support, because if you don't know where your veterans are, you can lose track of them rather rapidly. Addressing and expanding employment opportunities for the veterans and their family members who are also victims of war. No one is a victim of war by themselves. The wife, the spouse, the children, everyone, the grandmother, the grandfather, the aunts, the uncles, everyone is a victim of the war, but making sure that their family members, the immediate family members, are taken care of is critical. Expanding vocational training programs for your veterans so that they can improve your skills, just like my colleague from Ukraine said. We don't all need doctors and dentists. You need a plumber once in a while. You need somebody to unstop the toilet in the sink. You need a carpenter. You need an electrician. Make sure that there are trades available and trade training. Establish and maintain job prospectus programs for veterans to gain employment. And this was very exciting yesterday, Isabel and everyone. I wanted to say the amount of people that talked about jobs and talked about what they have to offer in the Ukraine and how they want to help rebuild is just evidence that people are on mark. Increasing mental health services for veterans and families. A veteran's worst wounds are the ones you can't see. Post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury are two of the biggest proponents of suicide in veterans. Expansion of veteran service organizations, your NGO, your service organizations, but they have to be tasked with being able to work with governmental agencies, because if you can't work with the government, you aren't going to get anywhere, and the veteran is going to be the one that suffers. You have to be able to work together. It has to be united. So how do we fill the critical gaps for veteran reintegration? You have to have a healthy veteran before you can reintegrate them. I am honored to be working in collaboration with Dr. Teresa Bender-Pape from Northwestern University. She's a research professor and a clinical neuroscientist. I am also thrilled to announce that in the U.S. there are different types of magnetic brain stimulation, and they are being used clinically with people who have major depressive disorder and who did not respond to standard treatment. And standard treatment is normally pills. It is also being studied for many more neurological conditions, but for traumatic brain injury and PTSD, they are co-occurring mental health conditions, and research on these is very limited. We are in the research phase now. I'm also, in conjunction with Northwestern, working in collaboration with Gary and Regina Bartels with the Outdoor Association for True Heroes. Gary is a West Point graduate and a two-time combat veteran. He came home from Iraq, he sat his suitcase down, and he pretty much had a nervous breakdown. And he said, there's got to be a better way to fix things. So now I am going to be honored to show you a short video that is with Northwestern and Dr. Pape and Gary Bartels. It should stop. There we go.
To your head, and it can affect your functioning in everyday activities and quality of life. Mild traumatic brain injury is often referred to as concussion. Persons who suffer mild traumatic brain injuries may appear relatively normal, but they may suffer from persistent fatigue, headache, attention problems, difficulty thinking, and other long-lasting cognitive problems. When a mild traumatic brain injury co-occurs with post-traumatic stress disorder, these impairments are even worse.
Biggest thing I noticed was less forgetfulness on short-term things. That's been a huge relief, I guess you could say, in a way. Better focus on different projects I'm working on or any work assignments that I'm doing, so that's also nice too. Being able to stay focused and work on the task at hand. The other thing too that I noticed was better sleep. Easier to fall asleep, easier to actually stay asleep. There's less wandering or restlessness of my mind when I'm trying to go to bed. So it's been nice. You get better sleep and you feel refreshed in the morning.
My Neuroplasticity and Neurorehabilitation Lab is dedicated to developing treatments that aid brain recovery after the damage caused by traumatic brain injury. Neuroplasticity is simply the ability of the brain to adapt and relearn skills that are necessary for daily life, skills that were lost due to brain injury. There are currently few to no treatments that can reset the brain's ability to adapt and learn after it has been injured. In my lab, our treatments include stimulating a patient's brain activity with non-invasive procedures such as transcranial magnetic stimulation and immediately followed by brain training exercises. Our work is focused on developing personalized treatments that help reset the brain's ability to recover, adapt, and relearn skills. By addressing this critical need for treatments, we restore hope for our patients and their families.
Returning to civilian life after wearing the uniform is a tough transition. Few resources exist to reintegrate America's heroes once their service is complete. The Outdoor Association for True Heroes, or OATH, stands in the gap for those who stood for us. We serve and minister to eligible veterans, current service members, first responders, and their families. OATH fosters camaraderie, fellowship, and healing through outdoor activities and events. Heroes serving heroes is the most successful way to help our warriors. Stand for those who stood for us.
So these two programs are working together. Dr. Pape is going to be treating the veteran with the magnetic brain stimulation, and then the veteran is going to go on the outdoor adventures and be able to integrate with other veterans. The Outdoor Adventure Organization also has a Warrior Wives program and a children's program that make that full circle of family unity happen. And I guess in closing, the only thing I could possibly say, having lost a husband on active duty and 2 children, one to murder and one to gang violence and the other to a Jeep explosion, is that freedom is not free. And I honor all of the Ukrainians that are here today. I honor all of you that are here as companies and NGOs and people that want to get involved in helping rebuild Ukraine, and I stand united to help you too. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dubois. Please join us back on the stage here.
Yes.
I'm going to ask my colleagues before we move to the next speech, which is going to be read in French and translated to you. I want to get some feedback back from the audience. So if I can ask my colleagues to help me with 2 microphones to the 2 sides of the room, that will be amazing. And is there anyone specifically on this topic, right? We're talking about veterans. We are talking about how we can help their families. What is the support you can bring, or what ideas you have, solutions possibly. Is there anyone who wants to address a question to our panelists, Ms. Troyan or Ms. Dubois? Not right now. We just do the Q&A, and after that I'm going to ask you. Thank you. You can do a raise of hands. I know many of you, come on. We fed you, we gave you lunch and everything, okay? So you should, Scott, so. Please raise yourself, introduce yourself shortly, your name and where you're from, and tell us your question and exactly if it's addressed in general or to any of the panelists, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Scott Thomas. I'm the regional director for Nebraska for the USIDHR, and I have a question for Mr. Ball. You mentioned comorbidities in the research that the clinical psychologist has been doing. Have you guys attempted to implement CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, measures for the soldiers minus the magnetic brain stimulation?
Is there a microphone? We work with a group of psychologists as well as psychiatric professionals and determine when and if they really need magnetic brain stimulation. And as they move forward in their treatment plans, we make sure that we don't do anything that hasn't been addressed pre-magnetic brain stimulation. Many of our TBI and PTSD patients have gone through both psychiatric and psychological counseling, and the magnetic brain stimulation in the TBI patients helps wake up their brain and allow them, as Cisco said in the video, to sleep better, to be awake more, and to be able to perform better.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any questions from the room? They're over there. Maria.
Hello, my name is Maria. I represent Kherson Regional Administration, and it is not a question. I would like to thank all of you for your support, for raising such an important theme for Ukraine right now, and if there is anything we can do to help to make this thing real, please let us know and we will help as much as we can.
For the magnetic brain stimulation program and the outdoor adventure for true heroes, we are looking for a hospital in Romania to be able to utilize as the stopping point, I guess, or the bringing to point for Ukrainian veterans, because at this point in time we can't go into Ukraine at the same way to do the research. But we also want to have a research facility in Ukraine to be able to work with, and then a way to get veterans to and from Romania, and then be able to do research in the United States and can expand the research. Funding is an issue. We do have plans to work with USIDHR to go after some funding through our United States Congress, but we are looking for augmented funding to support. And we're going to be looking for veterans to be able to help.
Thank you, and thank you. Yeah, is it working?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Dubois, as well. Thank you, Maria, for your question. Thank you, Scott. And now we would like to move forward with the presentation that Ms. Luca prepared for you today. Very briefly, Ms. Luca, she's going to join us here at the podium shortly.
Merci, Madame Isabelle. Monsieur le Premier ministre de la Roumanie.
Mr. Prime Minister of Romania, Madam Director of USIDHR, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to express myself, to speak to you today on behalf of the American Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights and the Children's Heart for Change Organization of Haiti, OSID. My name is Luca Chrisli. I'm the Regional Director of USIDHR and the General Coordinator of OSID. Today, I wish to address a fact that concerns all of us as members of the international community. We strongly condemn Russia's aggression in Ukraine, an unacceptable act that violates the sovereignty of a state and the right of Ukrainians to live in peace and security. But we must not only condemn this aggression.
Communauté internationale, l'importance de prendre en compte les personnes à mobilité réduite en Ukraine, les personnes handicapées.
People with disabilities, whether physical, mental, or sensory, have specific needs that must be taken into account in international relief and action planning. In Haiti, this echoes the work that we do at the American Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, USIDHR. This is why I am taking this opportunity to present to you some examples of our achievements in the fight for respect for human rights. For the Organization of Hearts for Change for deprived children in Haiti, we support deprived children, particularly those living in conflict zones of Haiti. These children lived in terror. They were deprived of their right to education and were unable to lead a normal childhood life. Additionally, we are committed to caring for malnourished children because every child deserves a fair chance in life. As for the USIDHR, we train and raise awareness among young people about the fight for respect for fundamental human rights. We believe that education and awareness are powerful tools to promote human rights and equality. The work we do aims to give young people the skills and the knowledge to become active human rights defenders in Haiti. Returning to the situation in Ukraine, it is crucial that the international community act. Children living in conflict zones in Ukraine face similar challenges to those we see in Haiti. They live in terror. They are deprived of their childhood, and their access to education is compromised. Many of them had to flee their homes to escape the violence. We cannot remain silent in the face of such suffering. We must call on the international community to act, to support efforts to end the aggression in Ukraine, and to ensure that the needs of people with disabilities and children in conflict zones are taken into account in humanitarian aid and reconstruction. In conclusion, I call on you all to take a stand and act. Together, we can make a difference for children and people with reduced mobility in Ukraine and Haiti. And for all those who need our help around the world, the time has come to demonstrate solidarity, compassion, and resolve for better future for all. Before I go to my seat, I would just like to say hello to all humanitarian associations in Haiti. Thank you, everyone.
Our panelists for this section, and I want you to remain here and please join me. I would like to also give you the pin, supporter of Rebuilding Ukraine, and the certificate. If one of my colleagues can help me here.
Qui ont pensé vraiment à Madame Isabelle pour leur support. Donc,
I want to thank Miss Isabel for her support. It's a child who has drawn this for her to thank her for all of her support.
This certificate is presented to as a recognized supporter of Rebuilding Ukraine. Ms. Judith Dubos, please join me. Yes, please, round of applause. For Ms. Troyan as well, please. Thank you so much again, all my panelists, for joining me. We are now transitioning into moving fast to the next panel, and I'm going to be asking the following to prepare to come and join me here on stage. Ms. Yulia Andriesh, Deputy Head of Chernobyl Regional State Administration, Mr. Miroslav Glieski, and Ms. Natalia Choban, please join me. And while at the same time, we have a short message. Unfortunately, the Mayor of Avcılar, Mr. Hancherli Turan, was not able to join us, so he sent a message to Ms. Dileg. Ms. Dileg, please join us on stage to deliver the short message, and then we'll continue with our panelists here. Thank you.
Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, I extend greetings on behalf of Turan Hancherli, the Mayor of Avcılar, a proud district in the greater city of Istanbul. As we gather at the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum, I'm reminded of the power of collective action in addressing challenges, much like what we aim to achieve for Ukraine. Just last December, our city was honored to host the International Disability Rights Summit organized by USIDHR. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Isabel for orchestrating such a monumental event. That summit, like today's forum, emphasized the critical importance of resilience, both social and urban. In Avcılar, we intensified our efforts to make our city more inclusive for all. Prioritizing accessibility in public spaces, we launched programs aiming at better integrating individuals with disabilities into the workforce, ensuring they play a vital role in our community's growth. Working alongside NGOs, we developed educational modules to foster understanding and acceptance of individuals with disabilities ensuring they are not just seen but heard and empowered. Social resilience, especially in the context of disability rights, becomes all the more significant when we discuss the empowering recovery in Ukraine. It is essential that as we rebuild, we lay the foundation for a society that doesn't just rebuild physical structures, but fosters an environment where every citizen, regardless of their physical and mental abilities, is given equally opportunities to thrive. For Ukraine to truly recover and flourish is not just about economic resurgence, but also building a society grounded in inclusivity, understanding, and mutual respect. It's about ensuring that in the face of adversity, every individual feels valued, empowered, and resilient. It's an honor to be a part of this forum dedicated to such a noble cause. The lessons we've learned and the strides we made in USIDHR regarding disability rights and social resilience can serve as stepping stones in the journey of rebuilding Ukraine. And we are wholeheartedly committed to sharing our knowledge and collaborating closely with our international peers. In closing, a sincere thank you to the organizers of the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum. Let us all unite with unwavering determination and shared vision to champion a resilient recovery for Ukraine, ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And send our regards to Mayor Turan. We continue with panel 3, identifying methods and best practices for the recovery of military personnel in Ukraine and the civilians also affected physically and mentally, invisible wounds as well by the Russia's illegitimate and unprovoked war. And I would like first to give the floor to Ms. Yulia Andriesh, the Deputy Head of the Chernowitz Regional State Administrations, to share with us some of the challenges they've been facing throughout all these periods and how can we bring our support.
Thank you, Isabel. Hello again, dear participants. I would like now to invite a colleague of mine. She is from State Emergency Service of Ukraine, and her services are always in the hotspots and always saving people's life. It's important you to see what they are doing, and then I will continue. Alla, please.
Thank you. Please join us. Applause, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Alla Fedorchak, and I'm head of the Sector for International Relations of State Emergency Service of Ukraine. As well, I'm official representative of State Emergency in Romania Humanitarian Hub that is located in Suceava. And now I want to speak Ukrainian, my native language. Добрий вечір усім. Я щиро рада бути на такому.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad to be here at this great event. I'd like to go down, first of all. I will not take up a lot of your time. I will not say a lot of words, but I would like to show you a short video which shows the reality of our 603 days of full-scale invasion into our land. I would like you to see what we do, what my colleagues do, how do we stand, and how do we work together. "16,000 fires were put off. More than 1,600 fires were put down throughout the war." The video does not have a sound, so I will voice it. We have cleared a huge number of destroyed buildings. This is the reality that I live in. That's a reality that all Ukrainians live in. We have already saved more than 4,000 people. Unfortunately, 81 colleagues of mine have passed away. "291 got wounded." Our colleagues help people to bring food, water to the remote areas. And we also do humanitarian demining. We have already demined about 1,000 of square kilometers of our territory. We are the first responders who come to the area, who demine it, and then all other services come in and work there. We have also created about 1,200 invincibility points. Everyone can get some food, drink warm tea, charge mobile devices, get psychological help over there. Thanks to your support, thanks to the international partners, we received humanitarian aid from 25 countries. Moreover, despite the situation in Ukraine, we tried to support children and citizens of Ukraine. We organize different events where we teach kids and adults how to act in emergency situations, what to do when they find some explosives. That's what we do. I just want to add that the civil protection mechanism in Ukraine works in the balanced way and in synergy and in cooperation with all people who want to be there. They are representatives of media, of our emergency service, citizens of the country. So thanks to our cooperation and communication, we can see we have good results. That is why I should say that emergency service of Ukraine is ready to whatever cooperation you think of. I'm ready for your proposals, so please contact me. Glory to Ukraine.
Now, Ms. Andriesh, if you want to add a few words to what we've seen. I know there was no audio on the video necessarily.
Yeah, could you please open presentation just for a few slides? I will speak in English. I can speak in Romanian and Ukrainian, but now I think that more of you can understand me here. I'm from Chernivtsi region. It is the most safest place in Ukraine, I think now, and we are going to establish a rehabilitation center based on Chernivtsi Regional Hospital of Veterans. Here are stages of this project, the roadmap of this project, and we are trying to present this project all over the world to gather different partners for different activities. Here is pictures of our hospital, how it looks like now. It is functioning, it is providing services to veterans, but it needs a lot of rehabilitation things. Here is a view of the building, and I hope it will be as soon as possible like this. I would like to say that to the opportunities of Chernivtsi region, I will add that we have medical university with a lot of students who are having courses in rehabilitation, and also they have medical psychology there, and a course of medical psychology where we can prepare different medical psychologists for rehabilitation and for mental health of war veterans. Also, I hope that here we can more than 600 of beds will be for war veterans, and they can find a good possibilities to get better life after injuries or after affection after war. Approximative value of the project is almost $12 million, and we have all the documentation now, and hoping to find good partners all over the world. As well, we provide different services in other hospitals, and all of our beds at hospitals are now occupied by people who were affected by the war, and now we are trying to bring better life to them. So thank you for your attention. I'm also open for all proposals, and I hope that today we can gain here good partnership and good friends for a future and better life of Ukraine. And hope that Ukraine will be great again, and we will do everything for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Andriashi, and of course we'll pen your question. I want to give the floor to Ms. Chobani, who's from the Odessa region, and she's the founder of a charitable foundation, Corp 32, to share a few words about the region that she's trying to help in Ukraine.
Доброго вечора, пані та
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When I was a delegate of Ukraine here last year, I could not even believe that I'm going to be doing great things together with you for the victory of good upon evil. So we have the common goal, and I should repeat, we've been talking for 2 days already for the fact that, first of all, we need to rebuild trust between states, between people, in order to create powerful hub of two countries. So I'm thankful to Nasty Vlado for the creation of the initiative, which is very important and which has strategic mission. I would like to start the presentation of my project from a short video.
Був один дзвінок з Одеси, коли мені подзвонила пацієнтка і сказала, що у дитини дуже болить зуб. Я розуміла, що мені треба бути в Одесі.
Мы приехали из города Бахмута, Донецкая область. Мы узнали, что есть Наталья, которая принимает беженцев таких, как мы.
поехали с Херсонской области в Одессу. Нам подсказали люди, что есть Наталья, которая принимает деток, лечит зубы.
Дякую. Це дуже тяжко.
Thank you. That's very hard. This is the reality of our lives. Today, I'm here before you in order to present a project which is a strategically important instrument for the rebuilding and regaining the health of Ukrainians during the war. The project is called the Smile Bus, and it is aimed at providing dental care to those who need it. These are servicemen and IDPs, children and women. On the 24th of February, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of my country. Thousands of Ukrainian families had to flee their homes, trying to save their lives. And I've made a decision to stay in the country and to continue my activity. And I have also started active volunteer and social activity. Starting from the first days of the war, people started coming to me because I was a dentist. These were civilians and servicemen. So that fact and the fact that I wanted to be useful at this front, I created the initiative which exists today. So today I provide free of charge dental care to the people who have acute pain. And among my patients are servicemen, IDPs, children and women. That's why I created a foundation called Core 32. So I decided to provide help to people on the national level. Moreover, there is a portable dentistry project called the Smile Bus, and this project is aimed at the people who are at the front lines and who are at the occupied territories. The project Smile Bus presupposes the provision of free of charge dental care, as I have already said, to servicemen and IDPs. One Smile Bus serves up to 3,000 people a year. Healthy Nation is one of very important directions, and it is a pillar for the victory. And health of each one of us starts from healthy teeth. The Smile Bus will help people who were deprived of their homes, work, and actually the worst thing for people is to lose their families, so we can do that least to help them. A team of doctors will conduct prophylaxis of different types of caries and will provide informational support about the importance of hygiene at the towns and settlements where the hospitals are damaged. Here at this slide, you can see that nowadays we have equipment, but we actually need the bus itself, the vehicle itself. And I have to mention that if we're talking about timeline since the beginning when this idea was created, we have several scenarios of implementation of this project. A vehicle can be specialized, like a ready-made, and you can see it at the picture. And in Ukraine, there are teams of doctors and specialists who have already practiced working in such a mobile ambulance. But there is another option. Unfortunately, today we have a lot of servicemen in Ukraine who lost their limbs. And actually, unfortunately, there will be more of such people. So we think that it would be good to adjust such vehicles for such people with disabilities. This slide shows the uniqueness of this project, of the availability of this project. And here is the slide of me with my patient. I interact with each and everyone. We just talk to each other, we interact, we draw different pictures. Kids who are kids of veterans, kids of IDPs, orphan kids need a lot of attention. So I see these kids every day and I know how much care they need. Every day when our houses are shelled, our lives are shelled as well, and the psychological state, psychological condition of us adults and kids is damaged too. Kids have a lot of stress which influences health in general and teeth in particular. Me and my team are sure that even during the war, kids have the right to healthy life. That is why we have started our cooperation with GSF in order to organize different events for kids, to explain to them how important hygiene is, and we will be glad to attract like-minded people, and we know that our mission is important for IDPs and for servicemen. So let's get together, let's continue working, let's work together. So I invite you to support our initiative. We need your support today. We're open to partnership and to cooperation. I value your time and your support, and thanks a lot to each one of you.
Mission you are bringing throughout the Ukraine for kids in need and international displaced people. Please join us here back in the panel. Next, I want to invite Mr. Miroslav Bidecki. He's the first deputy head of the Zakarpattia Regional State Administration and the head of the Regional Military Administration in Ukraine.
Доброго дня всім присутнім.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. That's a very important event for all of us. It is so good that we can exchange our thoughts and share our pain. I'm a representative of the Zakarpattia region. That's the most western part of Ukraine. Today is one of the safest regions. We do not have a curfew in our region. But we have actually created our safety ourselves. We do have a lot of challenges. We have 400,000 IDPs in our region. These people were all housed. They were all fed. All the kids of IDPs go to schools and kindergartens, and those who wanted were employed too. And we have also helped some enterprises which relocated to our region. there were several enterprises who wanted to get relocated to our place. They restarted their business in our region, they pay taxes, and they support the armed forces of Ukraine. We have created more than 12,000 workplaces. At the same time, we have more challenges and more problems. One of the challenges is the rehabilitation of our kids and of our servicemen. Since the aggression is still ongoing, the amount of servicemen is also ongoing, and the amount of people who need help is unfortunately rising too. A lot of people have a PTSD, and they require special treatment. So the Ministry of Health supported several projects aimed at rehabilitation of such people. We need effective system of rehabilitation, and earlier it was not a priority, but now the priorities changed. Today, in our region, we provided assistance to 6,000 servicemen and 3,000 of IDPs. We have created new surgery rooms, and we have conducted more than 1,200 surgeries in our hospitals. And of course, the topic of rehabilitation is very important. I support my colleague Yulia, who has already said that we need your support. We have a building of 6 floors of a total area of more than 5,000 square meters. We need to reconstruct it, and we need to create a modern rehabilitation center for 134 beds. We need 8.5 million euros for that. You can see how this building look like now, and this is how it should look like after the implementation of this project. We need to create gyms and swimming pools, and we need to create a building and a facility which will be as beautiful as our city is. But actually, not only the modern equipment is needed, we need to create a nice landscape right next to it, and we need to make this space inclusive. The patients need to feel themselves as the guests of a comfortable hotel. This is the style that we have chosen for it. So, of course, the modern equipment is needed, and this equipment will help our boys and girls to get back to a normal life. That is why we're looking for partners who will help us to implement this project. We already have an agreement for 1.5 million euros. We have a cooperation with different platforms like Ukraine 24 and USAID. The idea is the following. A patient of the Rehabilitation Center of Ukraine needs to have an impression of visiting different partner countries, just moving between the floors. This project is very important for us. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for this very important meeting, and I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to thank you for what you are doing for Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine.
Too. Are there any questions for our panelists? We've heard a lot of projects, and the nominal call of action is we need your support. We need partners for these projects. If not, we'll continue with our further presentation, but I want to obviously get the chance to also provide all of you, our panelists today, and award you the Supporter of Rebuilding Ukraine pin and the certificate, okay? I'm going to start with Ms. Andriesh, please. Ms. Choban, please join me in receiving the Supporter of Rebuilding Ukraine pin and certificate. And finally, Mr. Bielski, please join me in receiving the Supporter of Rebuilding Ukraine pin. Thank you so much again to all our panelists. Let's give them all a round of applause. I feel like the energy in the room kind of like low, okay? We still have some stuff going on, but this information that you are receiving here, it's not the kind of information you turn on your TV and you get a hold of it, right? So by participating in this Rebuilding Ukraine Forum, we are bringing to you not only solutions, but also opportunities. I've heard a lot of people around the world, I want to help Ukraine, I want to do this, and I don't know how to do. And usually the way they do, especially in America, is like, okay, I'm donating to this organization and this organization. You need to know where your money is going to, right? So it's rather like what we are bringing you here, it's projects that were vetted, and then we are sure that what they presented, that's where the monies are going to go for. So for the next panel, we have a short presentation by Dr. Felix Hair Implant Serle. I would like to invite them on stage to do the presentation. Applause, please.
Hello, my name is Raul Mandros. I'm from the Hospital of Hair Reconstructive Surgery in Bucharest, Romania. My colleague, Dr. Felix, was unable to be here today because of a medical emergency, but I will say a few words on his behalf. The reason why he wanted to be here is because he wants to help Ukraine and Ukraine war victims. Our expertise is in hair implant and actually hair reconstructive surgery on skin grafts, burns, eyebrows, chemical burns. So whatever happens in Ukraine right now, I'm pretty sure we could help. Our expertise comes from a tragedy that took place a few years ago in a rock club in Bucharest. Some of you may know about the collective rock club fire, where a lot of people died, and many of the survivors needed surgery and needed to be brought back into the society. And we did this with a few medical world premieres. We were the first one to do hair transplant on skin grafts, on burns, and eyebrows as well. And the video that Dr. Felix will present here today is only a 7-minute video showing his work and what we can do with people with this kind of wounds. Thank you.
One spark. That's how a revolution starts. That's how a tragedy starts too. One spark, slowly landing on a piece of foam, wrapping a pillar in the middle of a rock club in Bucharest, Romania. That was all it took to suddenly cut dozens of lives short. One spark, to bring down mayors, ministers, the government. Enough to bring down an entire generation to civil action maturity. victims who became heroes, who found the strength to help others within themselves, despite their instinct to run for cover once they had escaped the hellhole. People who acted as saviors long after there was no one left to save. This is the night of the collective fire, as seen through their eyes.
Sunt dr. Felix Popescu, chirurg plastician și am să vă împărtășesc din experiența clinicii noastre cu pacienți deosebiți. A trecut mai bine de 2 ani de zile de la incendiul care a răpus cei mai mulți tineri din epoca modernă în București. Mai mult de 65 dintre ei au pierit în flăcări și peste 200 au rămas invalizi. Am început proiecte cu peste 20 dintre ei pentru a-i reabilita din punct de vedere al podoabei capilare și pentru a le facilita o resocializare cât mai ușoară și cât mai naturală.
Mă numesc Oana Maria Rotariu, am 29 de ani.
Numele meu este Adina Apostol, am 29 de ani, sunt agent vânzări.
Mă numesc Oprea Marina, am 31 de ani, iar pe profesie sunt arhitect.
Primul caz s-a prezentat în cadrul clinicii noastre la un an după acest tragic accident. A fost vorba de o domnișoară.
Acum aproximativ 2 ani și jumătate a avut loc un accident într-un club din București, colectiv.
Am fost internată inițial în România. După o săptămână am fost transferată într-un spital din Viena, unde am stat până în ianuarie, aproape 2 luni.
La o săptămână după accident am fost transferată în Belgia, în comă.
Particularitatea incendiului, prin faptul că acea substanță inflamabilă din tavan a curs efectiv peste tineri, i-a făcut ca mulți dintre ei să aibă plăci foarte multe la nivelul scalpului, dar și la nivelul feței.
Spre deosebire de ceilalți specialiști la care am fost, mi-a spus că poate să încerce un implant pe o grefă de piele, lucru care nu s-a mai făcut până acum.
În urma plăcilor lăsate de către cumplitul foc, a trebuit să refacem această zonă prin implantarea de folicul de păr din zonele sănătoase pe această cicatrice.
Toată partea aceasta, inclusiv cu partea urechii.
Fetele care mi s-au prezentat pentru începerea proiectului de recuperare nu aveau sprâncene și aveau o lipsă foarte mare de foliculi la nivelul scalpului.
Inițial, prima operație de implant a fost la nivelul sprâncenelor.
De sprâncene aflasem pentru prima oară că se pot face, nu știam că se poate face implant de păr și la sprâncene.
Sprâncenele erau arse aproape în totalitate. Primul implant pe care l-am făcut la domnul dr. Felix a fost cel de sprâncene. A avut un mare succes, a prins din prima, am fost foarte bucuroasă. A doua operație a inclus refacerea liniei părului. Linia părului nu mai exista.
Dispăruse linia frontală și laterală, ceea ce contează foarte mult la delimitarea feței și la aspectul cât mai natural al unei persoane. A fost și este un caz care a avut indicație principală transplantul de păr prin metoda FUE, întrucât nu se mai puteau afronta zonele care mai aveau încă folicul de păr, întrucât între aceste zone exista o zonă de grefare de piele grefată, care era destul de subțire și nu se putea interveni pe ea.
Momentan este acoperit 70% din suprafața scalpului, mai am 30%.
În Belgia mi s-a spus despre implantul de păr că s-ar putea face, dar nu fir cu fir, n-am auzit de această tehnică pe care domnul dr. Felix o folosește, ci de grefe de păr.
Trebuia să am un balon sub piele care să întindă pielea treptat. Acest balon se umfla odată la câteva zile, până ce pielea era destul de elastică și suficientă cât să fie apropiată și cusută exact pe nivelul în care mie îmi lipsea.
Dar asta nu mi-asigură acoperirea unei suprafețe atât de mari cât o aveam eu, mai ales în față, deoarece balonul când se întinde fața cu totul.
Intervenția de transplant de păr prin metoda FUE a fost o metodă de primă intenție care a și avut rezultatele cele mai bune pentru pacient. Fiecare pacient a reprezentat și reprezintă un proiect total separat.
Zona cea mai afectată a fost zona centrală. Nu știu dacă acum se mai poate vedea ceva, părul este destul de des.
După 6 luni de zile deja aveam undeva la 70-80% din foliculi deja ieșiți, un rezultat deosebit de încurajator Și pot să vă spun că după un an de zile putem vorbi de aproape 100% din firele implantate care au ieșit și care au redat un aspect extraordinar.
Și vreau să nu mai am această problemă, să am pur și simplu capul descoperit și să mă simt în largul meu.
În jur de 8.000 de fire cred că au fost implantate până în momentul de față. Acum mă simt bine. Implantul a ieșit foarte bine din punctul meu de vedere. Părul este sănătos. Am reușit să mă vopsesc.
Este foarte adevărat, transplantul de păr nu salvează vieți, nu aduce zile vieților noastre, dar cu siguranță, cel puțin în cazul lor, aduce foarte multă viață zilelor care au rămas.
Mulțumim, am să vorbesc acum în română. Înainte de ceremonia de prezentare...
Thank you. I will now be speaking in Romanian. Before I present everyone with the certificates for attending the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum, I'd like to invite Lieutenant Timotei Dedu from the Department of Emergency Situations, Mr. Avramiuc Alexandru, and Mr. Lazar Ion from the Logistic Humanitarian Hub in Suceava. Please don't leave the room.
Following this, we are going to get directly into the ceremony of presentation, so we need to be all here. We are going to raise the certificates, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Timotei Dedu, and I represent the Department for Emergency Situations in Romania, and I'll briefly present to you the activity of the logistical hub in Suceava, which is co-founded by the European Union. So, in the aftermath of the Russian military aggression on Ukrainian territory, the Department for Emergency Situations and the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations have mobilized 15 transit centers, activated the National Center for Command and Intervention, deployed the civil protection team on site, and established the logistical hub at the Siret border cross point. After the activity of the first hub that was established there, we found some best practices and we have learned some lessons, and then after discussions with the colleagues from the European Commission, we have decided to establish a European-funded logistical hub that would be able to cover operations on a 24/7 basis for storage, handling, and transfer of humanitarian assistance. At first, it was coordinated on site by representatives from the Department for Emergency Situations and the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations. And it provided an integrated approach with personnel from the Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and local authorities. After a while, we have contracted Fertisol company, which is specialized in logistic operations, and then the activity moved to them. So the location, we had first 3 strategic locations. We considered that we must be able to cover all transport means. So we had one near the airport in Suceava, one near the border, and one near a railway station. These were the locations. So the first one there near the airport, the second one near the railway, and the third one very close to the border. This is the process. So every member state or participating state in the European Civil Protection Mechanism, they make an offer to the Emergency Response Coordination Center, which is located in Brussels. the authorities in Ukraine accept the offer, and then the transport is being sent into motion. Colleagues from the Department for Emergency Situations, the General Inspectorate, and Fertisol are collaborating with the offering entities for documents and everything, and the assistance reaches the hub, and after collaboration with Ukraine counterparts, it is transported to the final destination. After a while, we have also decided to include the NGO in the donation workflow, and we have established some procedures in order to do that. And the procedure is pretty similar with the one from the member states and participating states, and it's all coordinated through ERCC in Brussels and Department for Emergency Situations and General Inspectorate. Until now, through the Romanian logistical hub in Suceava, we had approximately 4,000 tons, more than 13,000 square meters, more than 6,000 pallets worth more than 48 million euros from 14 offering countries. Right now at the Siret warehouse, we have 540 pallets of electrical equipment and 4 transport buses. And in the future activity, we will receive 16 transport buses from Sweden. They are on the transfer and are headed to the hub right now. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor to my colleagues from the Fertisol to present you their activity.
Thank you. The video, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I stand before you today representing the logistical hub created under the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism with the steadfast support of the European Commission and the Romanian authorities. This hub has been the heart of a mission to deliver crucial humanitarian assistance to people of Ukraine since May 2022. Our journey began with a vision driven by the pressing need to aid those facing dire circumstances in Ukraine. In response, we established the logistical hub, which has become a vital link in the chain for delivering essential supplies to those in need. Over the past year, our team has been dedicating to making a positive impact, responding to the multifaceted needs of the Ukrainian people. We supplied electrical items, ensuring access to power and light in difficult times. Food, a universal source of sustenance, firefighting equipment vital to the state emergency services of Ukraine, shelter and construction materials, often taken for granted, has provided both a physical refuge and emotional support for those who lost their homes. Our efforts have also included transportation means, enabling children to reach schools, not just a means of travel, but as a bridge to education. We also delivered first aid kits and life-saving medical supplies, offering hope and healing in the midst of a health crisis. Throughout our journey, the support of the European Union, the Romanian authorities, and European states has been a source of strength, helping us turn challenges into opportunities. Now, as we gather at this official event hosted by the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, Romania-Ukraine, and under the high patronage of the Prime Minister of Ukraine and Romania, we recognize there is still more we can do. Our logistical hub, strategically located in Suceava County, is offering a unique opportunity for collaboration with partners who may require logistical support in this critical region. We extend an invitation to those potential partners willing to join hands in providing essential aid and to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine. In conclusion, our story is one of dedication, collaboration, and the belief that together we can overcome challenges. We are here to make a difference, and we all welcome potential partners to expand our reach and impact, not only in providing immediate relief, but also in contributing in the long-term reconstruction of Ukraine. Together we can provide hope and help rebuild this beautiful nation which Ukraine is. We extend our deepest gratitude to the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce of Romania-Ukraine for hosting this event and their partners. And we thank you for the support, and let us stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as we work together to bring about positive change and reconstruction. Thank you.
Tare mult aplauze încă o dată, mulțumesc.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for everything that you do on a daily basis to keep us safe. And we will now quickly switch to something else, and I'll switch to English.
The remaining certificates and the Rebuilding Ukraine pin. So I'm gonna moderate a little bit this because we need to move fast. We want to take the time. I know everyone is tired at this point, but we want to conclude on a good note, on a happy note. Okay? So are you okay with me doing that? Okay, perfect. I'm going to take another microphone, but I'm gonna ask some of my colleagues in the room, Manuel, Theo, Patricia, if you guys can help me. Here's how we are going to do it. Are you in the room? Are you paying attention? Yes? Can I hear a yes? Okay, good. Perfect. So, I'm going to be reading the names here at the microphone. Every time you hear your name, you get up, you come and stand up by the stage, you'll receive your certificate. The photographer, Mr. Photographer, he's here in front of us. He's gonna take a picture together and you're gonna leave on the opposite side of the stage, okay? So are we clear? You come on this side of the stage, you receive of the certificate, we take the picture and you move forward on the other side of the stage, okay? So, one second. Nu, asta nu. Ce nu? Okay, good. And I'm gonna ask the technical team, and I want before we leave, and we never got a chance. I want you all to give a very, very big round of applause for all the technical team, the translators, and all the big people who work behind the scenes, working tirelessly these 2 days. Without them, because no matter the agenda that we are having, no matter the speakers, no matter the beautiful building we are in, without their support, without having microphones working, without having all this wonderful presentation being put there, we could not have had it. So thank you again one more time, and we'll ask your kind assistance to play some music on the background so we can begin the ceremony of distribution of certificate. Thank you. Okay, so the first laureate, I would like to invite on the stage Miss Nisha Whitelow. Please join me. Next comes Miss Nelly Vols on the stage. Miss Carla Vols, Gina Vilaifon, Rashid Abdur, come join us on the stage. Next, Nisha. I need in same order. Nisha Whitelow. Thank you so much. Carla Vols. So much. Gina Vilaifon. Thank you so much, Mr. Rashid Abdur. And you know what goes well with this music? Some applause, please, okay? Good. Next comes Mr. Light Alatar. Mr. Light Alatar, Miss Lucia Birchfield, Cleveland Birchfield, Jerry Mungai, Jacob Crawford, please join us next to the stage. Thank you. Lucia Birchfield? Yes, please. Yes. Yes. What? Yeah, include. Jerry, yes. Oh, no, it's not enough. Jerry Mungai Clement. Mr. Jacob Crawford. Yes, applause. Mr. William Fernandez, Cleopatra Fitzgerald, Stacy Efuze, and Prince Efuze. Please join me. Ophelia Kennedy as well. Adam Kuyumuku. Angel Marrero. Mr. William Fernandez. Stacy Efuze. And Prince. Oh, okay. The certificate for him. Thank you so much. Yes. There you go. Ophelia Kennedy, please join me here. Adem Kumuyuku, Angel Marrero, Liliana Melnichuk, Professor Mumbi, Elena Sandria, please join us on stage. And Jeanette Soto, Subhashana, Archbishop Sullivan. Yes. Okay, you guys try to be Jeanette Soto. Thank you. Okay. Professor Mumbi. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Elena Sandriev. Thank you. Thank you. Liliana Melnichuk. Subhashana Satiji. Thank you. Archbishop Dr. A. Sullivan. Mr. Scott Thomas, Dilek Kulger, Katalin Philip, and Theodore Philip. Thank you. Dilek Kulger. And also we'll give you your pin for you and for Mr. Turan as well to bring it home. Thank you. Thank you. Katalin Philip, Theodore Philip. Theodore, please. Katalin. Okay, and Mr. Adem Kumuyuku. If not, we'll give you the certificate if you already are not in the room. That's it, everyone. Thank you so much. We are at the conclusion. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are at the conclusion of the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum. It's not done for everyone. As you know, we have some schedule for tomorrow to visit Bucharest and Transylvania the next day for the delegation from America. But I just wanted to take a few moments to thank you for the honor. Also, to thank our team that has worked tirelessly behind the scenes, putting together this forum. So give a big round of applause for Alina, Andrea, Patricia, Theo, Ellis, Ervin, everyone who has been working with us tirelessly. And we would like now to deliver the conclusion of the event. Professor Nasti Marian Vladoiu, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Romania, Ukraine. Thank you so much, and what a wonderful event you've put together these days. We are here at the end, and we are so honored to have spent it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Congratulations. Did you make a very, very nice job to this session? Thank you very much, Manuel, for everything, for entire support. Thank you, all of you, for being here. It's a pleasure and it's an honor for us having you here. I wish you good luck tomorrow, and I wish you a very nice trip and nice visit there. Transylvania is very, very beautiful, and you will have a very, very interesting experience. Tomorrow you will have also a visit to the Museum Dimitrie Augusti. It will be a real good experience, a nice experience for you. Thank you, all of you. Let me check the session of this forum. See you next time. Thank you very much.